Hello, Shadow. Hopefully you're having a good day. I was muted. Because I was a bit distracted. There. Oh, did it not work? There we go. Feeling slightly better? That's good. I'm glad. Let's try that now. Perfect. Okay. And I can edit it as I get new beverages. Perfect. Okay. Well, last we left off, we did about, 18 days? Winter goes till March 1st. So we've got a long trek ahead. I think today I'm going to unstack all of these logs and just add them all to the thing. Two, three, four. Just so that I don't have to keep checking it every day, because it's kind of tedious to do that. Because this one's going to stay lit, so I don't mind. Hopefully everybody's day's going well, though, to start. There we go. I'm glad the shadow's doing good. Chemistry as well. And go. Perfect. We have a lot of things to go grab. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty good. I just woke up a little while ago. I was reading up on some more, like, the yeah, the sorry, I'm just looking around trying to make sure there's no zombies. I was reading up on just hair stuff mostly. I was trying to. Because my hair gets dry, and I wanted to see if there was a way that I could maybe make it less like that. So I was like, okay, let's put some effort in. Was reading about that this morning. And then I was also enjoying content this morning too. So like, a lot of the content creators I watch are in the early mornings, but then throughout the day, there's a lot of them. They exist, and it is great. Just get to go and enjoy. An SOS, basically? No. They just tell me where to go. GG. They're not particularly useful, but they are kind of helpful as a visual aid. Yeah, they're not 100% needed, but I like them, so, you know. Hi, Cinnamon. Hats on your win. It's a Cinnamon win. I made a command that's specific for you, by the way. Wow. It was inspired by Cinnamon, actually. Because Cinnamon will frequently come in and ask me which beverage I'm drinking. So I put it on exclamation point T. So you can, and I'll update it every time I go for like a new beverage, or if my beverage gets low. Right now, it's ginseng chai. It's very nice. Hello, skeleton. I swear this is colder than it's supposed to be. It's minus 165. Why is it minus 165? Is it supposed to get that cold? I've never made it to winter, so in this, well, we made it very briefly to winter. I didn't actually make it into winter. All right, let's warm up, and then we'll go in. You want tea? Oh yeah, it's really really good. I'd try caffeine free. You can get caffeine free teas. They're not they're not so bad. Caffeine free teas are a little bit better than caffeine free coffee. I'd almost say that they like. I mean, it's because caffeine free coffee. I don't know what it does to coffee, but it just is not. When you compare them, it's not close. But I could be wrong. There might be a caffeine-free coffee out there that is absolutely delectable, and I just haven't seen it yet. Beverages are there's so many kinds of beverages. Okay, minus 160 sucks. Like it is the worst. How am I supposed to do anything? I chopped down a few trees and I'm suffering from hypothermia. And already we're tired because of how cold it is. It's ludicrous. We're gonna have to take micro naps just to function. How many branches do I have here? I'm gonna grab half of them and throw them on the fire. Alright, let's see. Where are we at with that? It's about 200. That's good. Makes things look a little nicer down there when it's nice and tidy like that. Maybe if we compress you into like that, I can pick up this 3 stack can go here. We'll grab this 4 stack. Just organizing just a little bit so that it's a little bit more visually clear exactly how much wood we have. Okay. So it's about 10 days worth of wood, but I can stretch it out by a lot more because we don't use that upstairs unless we're sleeping. So it's a lot more than that. And then we've also got, so there'd be 6 tiles here, but 4 tiles are what kind of matter. The rest of them, so we want 8. Oh, I was picking them up the wrong way. So you've been cranky? Okay, I understand. That's how that goes sometimes. Hopefully the hard stuff goes well. Okay. Let's go and go fishing. Oh, it's impossible to fight against the cryogenic winter, is what it feels like. I don't have the clothing, nor do I have the capability to. Basically, I've got to hug whatever heat source I have. And we're basically stuck for like between 3 months and whatever, however long it takes spring to warm up. So, because spring, it does, temperature works gradually. It'll gradually get better. So, fingers crossed that we can manage that. I might start working out though as well. We'll wait and see. Last time I worked out, it didn't go well, but I might get so bored with just the same old that we start working out for fun. Oops, I'm dumb. I put the fire out. Okay, let's go fishing. Yep. I thought I hit the... Hey, Gabe. No fish this time. Just... I'm hoping that the winter eases up, though, at some points. Like, some days that are like, slightly warmer so that we can actually do other stuff. But the winter is absolutely ridiculous. Non-stop pain and numbness? That doesn't sound very good. Hopefully that it gets all sorted and that you know, you're okay. Hmm. Yeah, I don't need a whole lot of meat. I do like meat sometimes, though, but I don't eat a whole lot of it. I'm very much, I suppose the most food that I eat would be like, what kind of foods do I eat a lot of? I guess a lot of veg. Like but at the same time, it's like, I kind of would say that I have a balanced diet, but then again, maybe not. I don't know. One of those things I don't really think about it. I just eat whatever I feel like I need at that moment in time, whether it's pasta or veg or um, fruit. If I feel like I need fruit, I'll just eat it. Whatever I'm craving at that moment in time, salty, sweet, doesn't matter what it is. I just assume that that's what my body wants, so I consume that. Of course, I do kind of try to make sure that I don't eat too much of certain things. Like, for example, I bet you Emma would come in here and say that when I have chocolate available, I will eat too much chocolate. But thankfully, most of the time, I don't have chocolate available. So, like, I don't buy it. So it's like, but if it's there, I'll have it. Snacks are great. But yeah, I don't know. For the most part, I eat kind of healthy, I guess. As healthy as I can be. I don't know anything about that stuff really. Like I just kind of I know that I struggled for gaining weight for a long time, and that I actually had to go on a sort of a special diet to gain some weight. Um, And then since then, though, I've been okay. My weight's been sort of okay. But I was losing weight very, very badly at one point in time. There we go. Put you out. And that happens sometimes. Ebbs and flows of diet. Of course, go fish. That's what I was doing. It's fishing. Hello. Interesting. Well, I'm glad that you're sorting yourself out now then, because then you'll probably be okay. Have you heard of the game Inscription? It's a very good card game. I don't think I have, so I'll write it down. Inscription. Is it kind of like Fate of Cards or Inscription? I'm doing okay. I'm gonna just because my name doesn't have two L's. Just as a side note, it's like it's like it makes me look at that as like it's my name, but it's got an extra letter. You're fine. You're fine. It's like yeah. I don't know if anyone else has that kind of issue with like having people repeat consonants in their names. Like I just can't think of any names right offhand. But there's like repeating a consonant that's it doesn't bother me, but it does a little bit, just a smidgen. It's like yeah. Doesn't bother me, but it kind of it's like that's my name is wrong. Gotta fix it. It's like I want to take an eraser to the chat and just be like erase that one part. Yeah, I'm doing okay. We got a lot of foraging and fishing and such to do. I think the part of the reason is that I actually have friends that have like similar names, and their name is spelled that way. There we go. Um, some of my friends even have Y's instead of I's. Hmm. One of them was really clever too. Um, they uh, they have a cat avatar, and so they named themselves Alley Cat, which is really clever in my mind because that's like well played, good pun. I have so much chipstones that I need to collect. Oh yeah, we're not set to stones. There we go. I live in hypothermia. Like it's getting to the point where seeing the health Moodle is shaking is not bothering me. That's probably bad. Yeah, you're good, by the way. I was just wanting to kind of tangent on a random topic, I suppose, and that seemed easy. Names are something that is just it's interesting. The sound that you want to make to have someone look in your direction. There we go. Mute myself again. Oh, that's empty. Thankfully, we're only parched. This tea is really, really good, by the way. Mm. I'm probably gonna have to order more. Shouldn't take long to get regularity up. Let's slice these up and why on earth would you walk towards the fire? Crazy character trying to step on the flames. Alright, we should very much easily, hopefully, get into December. The difference between upstairs and downstairs is absolutely ludicrous. Look, it's negative 100 inside. That's insane. At least we'll get some good sleep in. It's another day. Another few days there before that's... At least it won't be crazy exercise fatigue. Hello. Surviving winter's going okay so far. If I could build a backlog of fish just a little bit, then that'd be for the best. So right now, what I want to go do is I want to search for chipstones so that we can build up our chipstone stuff. It's not really a good day to be searching for things, though. If I could get like 2 chipstones. Because I'm probably going to break a lot of the axes that we have. But the winter is colder than I expected. It's like minus 160 something. Like, that's 10 degrees colder than what I thought it was going to be. Put you in there. Today's your birthday? Oh, happy birthday! I'm glad you're having a birthday. That's cool. Happy birthday to you. Hey, everybody. Here's what I read. I should say hey, hey Otto instead of hey, everybody. Hi, Otto. Happy birthday. Yes, yes, yes. Happy birthday. Can't leave yet. It's 10 degrees worse than what the maker said? Okay, well, that's fine. Yes. We'll deal. Not the cards I wish to be dealt, but I mean, that's fine. I can deal. We need to go and grab some more you, and maybe grab 3 of you. Yeah, it's definitely put it because it's colder than I thought it was gonna be. That's not necessarily for the best. Yeah. Hopefully you have a good birthday. And for me, I'm gonna try not to freeze to death, which apparently is harder than I thought it was going to be. The wall run's been dead for months. But I do appreciate you. It died to skill issue a long time ago, but that's all right. We made it to 60% on the wall. Yeah, chipstones have a low spawn rate, but they do spawn in vegetation. So like if I were to go outside right now, which I'm not going to because I'm dying of hypothermia, I need to stay here until the hypothermia goes away. But see, it's I'm in forest right now, and chipstones have a rare spawn rate, which just means in my mind that They're uncommon. They still spawn, but they're just uncommon. But yeah, my wall run, that one's gone because skill issue. I skill issued it. But we are making a little wall here. Like it's not a real like big wall, but I mean it's I'm gonna box this area in, I think, for fun. Meanwhile, also we'll be doing some working out and other stuff. We're basically trapped in this location until winter is over. That is just the crux of how it is. We got a deal. I do. I don't dislike this location though, so it's fine. You remember it failing, but what am I doing? It really looked like wall building activities. I mean, I do plan to go back and redo that challenge at some point in the future, but just not right now. Because this is the challenge folks voted for. Folks voted for Cryo Winter and they voted for modded maps. So I combined all those things into one, and that's why we're doing this. Next challenge will be voted probably. I'm going to do a few polls. I'll probably do a poll while I'm live. I'll probably do a poll on Twitter, a poll on YouTube, and a poll in my Discord. That way, every base is covered. So everybody can be included. But last time, for this challenge, I polled Discord. No, I don't get a shortage of rip clothing because usually I'll get socks when you fish them up, but also it's times 16 population. So if I ever feel like I need to go get clothes, I'll just go ask the zombies if I can borrow some. It's like a cup of sugar from the zombies. Can I have a cup of sugar? Just a cup. And by cup of sugar, I mean the clothes that are on your back. Yeah. Those zombies. Oops. Okay. So my goal right now is going to be to take it to this length here. Like I said, I'm just boxing this area for fun. It depends on the maintenance and how much axe skill you have, and a bunch of other factors. Right now, generally speaking, I can cut down between 3 and 5 trees if the maintenance rolls are average. If the maintenance rolls are really shitty, my axe breaks right away. But you know, maintenance is a bit of a random skill, or like kind of. It's random in how it works. Like sometimes you'll, because the axes, stone axes don't have a whole lot of durability. Like their or sorry, condition. Their condition is or well, I could say durability. But yeah, see that one broke early. This tree was almost cut down, so that's one. Didn't even get one tree out of those two axes, right? But sometimes you'll get more. It just depends. Time 16 is. I don't feel like Time 16 is that much harder than the other modes. It's just longer because you have. you have to deal with the population, right? And then balance yourself out a little bit. Make sure you don't get pincered by the zombies. I don't even know what's going to happen over the course of the next few months because we'll probably get attacked by zombies at least once, I would like to believe, if not more. Just because meta pulling zombies in gradually over time. They might even push me out of this area. Uh, oh, thank you very much for the follow. Hi, Duke. I think they will push me out of this area at least once, but we'll see. By that I mean they're gonna catch me in a point where my character's not gonna be able to fight, so I'll have to back off. Um, it's good to know when to not engage the zombies. It's because sometimes you don't want to do that. There we go. Sate my hunger for now, and I missed evening fishing, but that's okay. All right. I wanted to get some woodwork done, and we got a little bit done. Not very much, but some. We'll start the horizontal wall soon. Start building that way. It's more. It's not really because I have to do it. It's because I want something to do that's entertaining for me, and building the walls around this area will somewhat be entertaining. In between the working out, the fishing, and the foraging, hopefully we find some cool stuff with the foraging. It's frightened to death of you. It just takes time for the kitten to sort of build like that sort of trust. If you're the one that's providing it food, though, that's a good help to make it a little bit like you better. This is what I would do: is that you're the one, so that you can be the one associated with food. So just make sure you're feeding the kitten, and eventually it'll warm up to you. Takes time. Same for frogs. Frogs work that way too. Gradually, they'll warm up to you, especially if you're the one that gives food. Can confirm. People that give me food, you love the people that give you food. That's fair. Yeah, it's one of those things that's like if it I guess that would work again. It would work for people too, right? Somebody comes up to you and just gives you a plate of cookies. You're gonna be like, unless you don't like cookies, you're gonna be fairly pleased. Like, cookies. This is good. The world is good today. I can't miss morning fishing, so as much as I'm wanting to get this woodwork done, we're gonna need to go and do morning fishing, even if it's only for like an hour or two. No, it's not even due to the weather conditions. It's literally just due to the date, because it's December. December, January, and February, or well, sorry, November, December, January, and February all have a debuff to fishing. It's the fishing winter debuff. Even though winter starts in December, the fishing debuff starts 1 month earlier than that. So there we go. Yeah, that's true. If some giant kept feeding you every single day, eventually you're just gonna like that giant. Because it's like, that giant immediately gets linked to you not feeling terrible. You know, because of hunger. I need to not speed up time while filling up the water, because there's so many times where my character will just like rocket over past the fire, and it makes me nervous a little bit. She's gonna walk on it. Well, that's that. I might actually go and get a second alarm clock from one of the zombies. Or a second wristwatch. Because if I have 2 wristwatches, I can have 2 alarms set on my person, and then we can kind of be a little bit more diligent with our time. I'll put a watch on each wrist. Well, hello. Asking what she wants, when she's angry, she asks for food, water, bowl's empty. Oh yeah, absolutely. It reminds me of that cat that I seen that presses the buttons to talk. So like uses the buttons to communicate. It was really, really funny to me what that cat's favorite word was. The cat's favorite word. It's exactly the word that most folks would guess, probably, is a cat's favorite word. Okay, let's see. Uh, hmm? World domination. No, it was mad. Like mad, angry, mad, angry, angry. But it was neat because that cat has like a bunch of cool words on that list. Like they have like want and there's nothing cats to associate. I think it's associated that with the cats not it's like displeased or something. Like it would be probably what it would associate it with. because it's good. It's gotta there has to be something that it picks up on, right? So maybe it doesn't actually feel anger, but it's like it's not pleased. So basically, anything that's short of not getting what they want. Those videos are always interesting, though. I could believe though that animals are improving on their communication skills over time. It's just like those parrots that have like really long vocabs. They don't really. They're not associating those words with anything specific. They they're just sort of mimicking. Yeah, but it's a communication method, right? So I need more rip sheets, which means I'm probably gonna go need to fight zombies, which is gonna suck. Because fighting zombies, even like yeah, I think all of the buttons, those button styles, are good. I mean, even Mad's got its purpose, right? Because it just means that the cat is upset, and or well, anything. Because I seen a Shiba doing the same thing, like a couple dogs doing the button pressing stuff. Yeah, having a cat is difficult sometimes. Go. Let's get it sit over here, warm up, so that we're not dying anymore. I forgot to check those bodies for a watch. Go do that real quick. Nope, no watch. It's a lot of branches. Okay, we'll deal with that after. So we've got about 25% of the wall there around this section done, which is nice. I may do the same thing around the fishing spot, but I haven't decided yet. I like building walls in this game. Although, I didn't actually start doing this sort of wall stuff for a while. Gives me something to do though. It's almost minus 170. How much colder do you think it's gonna get? That's got to be it, right? It's got to be like minus 170. It's got to be as cold as it gets. Could you imagine it just keeps going? Eventually, we can't even get warmed by the fires. No fish. That is not good. Not good to not receive fish. Is that an eraser? Heck yeah, that's the one thing that I was missing in order to draw on my mat. I have everything else. Just didn't have an eraser. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Oh. I'm not keen that we're losing weight again. You like my helpful arrows that guide me to the river? I wanted something to do, so I was like, I'm gonna draw on the ground visually. Alright. Okay, good enough. We're starting to run out of rip cheats, so I'm gonna need to go and attack the zombies again. Every time I poke the zombies, though. They end up back here. So... I'll just go hit the zombies just a little bit, just so that I can get a little bit more rip cheats. I didn't even have to go very far. Here we go. How much is that? 50. That's not bad. Good enough for now. Alright, we'll heat up, and then we'll head back out. How many do I have? 3 more. Bad maintenance rolls. Okay. So we'll bring these in. That does suck a little bit, though, that we're running low on axes again. Have a sit, rest. I do feel like we are kind of... We're making progress, but at the same time... I'd like to be making progress on the zombies. Oh, it's another section done. Okay, let's head back down. We'll do some more fishing. The biggest part about winter that's not the well, that isn't the cold, is the food debuff. So once that part is done, even if it's still cold, we'll be able to function a lot better. We're in the middle of nowhere, and they're still managing to wander in. It's because they were so close, though, I guess. Because Ravencreek is just beside us, so enough metas, and we'll have to deal with a larger population, I would figure. Okay, how are you doing? If you're above the triple digits, then I will leave you alone. Oh, how are you doing, Timmy? Hopefully you're having a good day. Oop. I'm having a good day. Today's been decent. What were you up to? Doing pretty good. You running super late. Ah, okay, no worries. You feel because okay. I got you. That happens sometimes. You get on tangent and you just kind of give her and just kind of it's sort of like a flow. Oh, nice. But yeah, my run's been going fairly good. We're doing still the cryo winter suit. I'm trying to basically just wait out the winter right now, kind of, because it's a little too much. Yeah, it's minus 166. I didn't know that the temperatures went this low. Like I thought 155. Like and I was like, okay, yeah, 155 is probably as low as it goes. No, it's like nearly negative 170. It's like it's not. That's way more than I expected. Yeah, that's hello. I'm glad that your runs are going good. And you're having fun. Been a lot of infiring or no, and yeah, it's like galactic survival or conquest. 166 F and C are. I think that it's colder. One sec here. Let's see. I gotta convert anything in my chat. What is it? It's C to F. 166. Yeah. So apparently it's minus 331. It's is it 40 or 50 that is the where they're the same? C to F. I think it's 40. No, is it 50? Which temperature is it where they're the same? It's supposed to be minus 40? Why does it say that it's not then? Oh, because I put positives. Oh, wait 1 second. I forgot to put negatives. I'm dumb. Like that. C to F negative 40. I was like wondering why. Okay, so it's not negative 300 and something. It's negative 267 Fahrenheit. It's 40 though. Okay, I forgot to put the negatives. My bad. Yeah, it's cold. It's very cold. Too cold. I'll never understand it either. I just know that for me, Celsius makes more sense just because of the whole water boiling and freezing nonsense, right? But I think that when it comes to human blood stuff, I think that Fahrenheit has got more sort of rounded numbers, that it's better, but I don't know. I'm not sure why Fahrenheit exists or why Celsius exists. I'm not somebody who created those systems. I just use them. We caught 2 fish and a pair of shoes. But yeah, it's really cold. Like even directly next to the fire, it's like 1. Ah, okay, neat. I didn't know that. Interesting. Go. Put that out there. That's can. It's a cool little useless fact. Eagles told you. Okay, neat. the Yeah, but the temperatures are just too cold. Like I can't even move around the map very much. Like I it reduces my movement speed too much to like. It doesn't reduce their movement speed. They're the same fast shamblers that they were, but it also reduces my attack speed though, and that's the thing that kind of hurts me the most. Reducing my movement speed sucks, but reducing my attack speed is just like blah. Yeah, I can understand. It is a bit of a strange thing, right? Unsure. It's same for cooking, right? Cooking similar in that regard as well. There's a lot of weird things with kilograms and pounds, and it's just nonsense. So much nonsense. I'm just going to throw these on the fire really quick. Okay. And have a rest here. At these temperatures, though, it's not about the whole. It's just there is the system doesn't matter as much. It should just say cold here, like yeah, because how would you even measure this? How do you measure temperatures that are like at this stage? You're telling me the tiny little watch on my wrist is able to tell minus 160 Celsius? Really? No. And that's when, I remember, oh yeah, it's a video game, and I need to suspend some disbelief. Because, well, there's that, and the character wouldn't be able to breathe outside, and it'd be instantly frozen, like that day out. What is it? The day after tomorrow scene that we were talking about yesterday, where the pilot gets out of their vehicle and freezes on the spot. Yeah, that would be our character, and the zombies too. For instance, the zombies wouldn't be able to move either. Excuse me, you weren't there a bit ago. Why are you there now? My attack speed when I'm warm, though, it feels good to have this level of attack speed. My days are going really well. Those are nifty little stars that you got there. Okay, I need to keep searching for chipstones because we need them for axes. What's my favorite game? Right now, Project Zomboid probably would be my favorite game. Although that shouldn't come as a surprise. Um, a long time ago, it used to be Overwatch. Prior to that, Minecraft, and I still do like Minecraft, but yeah, weapon, hunting knife. Yeah, right now my favorite game is Project Zomboid, but it's got a lot to it, a lot of layers. Hunting knife is my favorite weapon because of the infinite stamina, but unfortunately the hunting knife isn't as good in this particular playthrough. It's good as a backup weapon, but the issue is attack speed wise, to deal with cold. Cold has a really large debuff for attack speed as you get further and further in the cold tree, as well as like it hurts your movement speed as well. But basically, it'll. Lamprey explained it that that cold has like a. If you were level 10 spear, it would take you to -1 spear. That's an example. Now that would be for all of the weapons, which would mean that like short. I have outdoorsman. Outdoorsman only bolsters you from sickness and less effect by the cold, but not. It's not null. You know what I mean? And so you're probably noticing my character barely gets sick or hasn't been getting sick. She had a cold at the beginning of the playthrough because she was wearing literally no clothes and was hypothermic for basically the first, I want to say the first few days of the playthrough, maybe the first week of the playthrough. She was hypothermic. She barely survived. Um, but yeah, so the reason why I'm an axeman is because lumberjack gives you a huge buff to your attack speed, as well as so basically it gives you what would be kind of like level 10 axes at level 1. So as I've leveled my axes to level 6, and then I take the deficit hit of like a -10, or it's kind of like -11. Um, it's more like it. I'm more bolstered against the attack speed debuff, so I can actually survive the attack speed kind of at cold. Basically, I thought it out fairly well. Hello. But yeah. Weapon wise, my favorite weapon is definitely hunting knives for their stamina. Where did my glasses go? I was wearing glasses before. Where did they go? The garden hoe? I can understand. The character lost her glasses and I don't know where they went. I could have sworn I was wearing glasses. But I did trip over this, so maybe they're here somewhere? I'm not seeing them. But yeah, the reason why I need those glasses is because I have short sighted, so I can't really. Did I delete them by accident? Like I might have thrown them in the bin and destroyed them. My glasses, my glasses. Yeah, it's fine. We'll find another pair of glasses. It's just mildly inconvenient. Absolutely. I wish them happy birthday from me. Happy birthday to them. It's their birthday. They're old. Regardless of their age, they're old. Happy birthday. Oh, I shouldn't be fishing right now. I just. That's fair. Not everybody appreciates being called old, I suppose. I like being called old, though. Kind of. It's one of those things. I continue to age, and I will forever be old. But not everybody's gonna think that way. Yeah, for me, being old is not an insult. It's an you gained more experience because you've been around for longer. I might as well fish, even though I'm not gonna get anything, because we are here. The flat disc. See, I do agree with the Earth being flat, but only in the sense of the water. Majority of the world's water is flat, so it's not carbonated. So the world is indeed flat in that sense. You haven't heard that one? That one's my favorite argument for flat Earth. It's the only argument that makes sense. Yeah. Oh, let's go back to the house. Add a log there. Merry Christmas in game. Maybe we'll catch a bunch of fish as like a Christmas thing. Maybe. Okay. Hopefully I'll find my glasses. I don't know where they went. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I'll see you guys in just a bit. Alrighty, carry on. Hello. Alright, fill that up. Drop that there. I wonder where her glasses went. They are missing. Ooh, this is good weather. With the walls? No, I'm just doing it for fun. Yeah, it's just for fun. The zombies will if zombies end up within my area because I am here, they'll just punch down the walls. I needed something that else to focus on as well, so that it's you know stuff to do, so that I can not go crazy by just fishing, foraging, fishing, foraging, fishing, foraging. It's very like continuous. And that's going to be how it is for like the next couple in-game months, which is sucky. But I mean, it is what it is. It's the game mode that I signed up for, so we'll get through it. I am not worried about that at all. How much fuel is on here? 25 hours worth. Be a waste to pick that campfire up. What keys to press the pickup without right clicking? You can left click and it'll put it in whatever inventory you have active. So, for example, if I put this on the ground and then I left click and I have this bag open, for example, I don't know if it's going to work with this, but yeah, see, I would put it right into the backpack as opposed to putting it in this inventory. So, whatever is active, but it's just left clicking. So, like, see, for example, if I left click this, it'll appear in this inventory. See, right there. But if I were to walk like over here and do this one, for example, this one will now appear in this bag. The way to discard is you have to right click, and but when you right click, it'll give you options as well. So, for example, if I right click, it'll say, "Would I like to put it in my main inventory? Would I like to put it in my hiking bag, or would I like to discard it?" Discarding it just basically liquidates it and turns it into XP. So turns into XP for you, which is good, especially when you're. But I also will discard things that I don't feel like I need because I don't want to see them. Like I want to, like I don't know if it actually clears the cache of the items in the area, but I like to believe that if I'm doing that, then it's better. But like I said, I don't know if that does that for sure. It's one of those things, right? I don't need this stone. I picked it up because example. Let's see. Yeah, I like the Zomboid has a lot of little things that you won't really find out about unless somebody tells you. For the most part, I mean, you can kind of learn some things, but by trying. But some things it's like very separate. I'm just hoping any zombies that are in the woods here or these woods here will wander out, but not in a bad time for me. Because there's going to be zombies on both those fronts. There could be zombies in these woods down here too. Yeah, I'm a little annoyed that we don't have glasses right now. I wonder where they went. Could have swore I equipped some. It's okay, I guess we'll just wait for a zombie to have glasses. What I think might have happened is when I tripped, the glasses fell off my character, and then they got deleted because they were on the ground. Oh, you have a great day. Oh, thank you. Do appreciate you too. Oh, thank you for the follow. You're kind of scared to go to it. That's understandable. What you need to do is you just need to kind of keep practicing, and like movement is everything. So don't really stop moving is important. When you're leaving the town, the zombies will be probably very bothersome. Now, in saying that, there are ways to stay in the town. Yeah, you got to be on the lookout just in case zombies show up that are gonna kind of ruin your day. Because they do that from time to time. Like they've like this area, I've had it clear for a while, but they'll still wander in because all of Ravencreek's not clear. And even if I cleared all of Ravencreek, there's still going to be loose end zombies that are going to show up. There's no way to fully, unless I like know 100% that I defeated every zombie in the area, unless I have like some kind of radar, which we don't have. The only radar that exists in the game in vanilla would be in debug. So, but you made it. Oh, kudos. Yeah, helicopter can be fairly interesting. Thankfully, all it does is pull zombies around. It doesn't actually like give them your location or anything like that. It just pulls them to the area. Yeah. The helicopter doesn't have any real special features other than it just emits a sound source. That's all. It doesn't spawn zombies. It doesn't make them know where you are. None of that. It just puts a sound source around you. So the zombies will kind of wander in your area. And if they see you, then obviously, then that's different. But you were driving slowly? Got to be careful sometimes when driving, because if your vehicle is makes a lot of noise, then you could be pulling zombies around. So just make sure that your vehicle that you're driving is fairly good, because vehicles also emit sound sources, right? Alternatively, though, you could just outdrive the helicopter and then go back to where you came, or go somewhere else. Muffler helps. Also, your engine is good to know. Take note of. That sounds kind of fun, though. And you survived the encounter, which is good. Becomes harder to fight zombies. As long as you keep surviving, eventually it'll get easier. It is the nature of Zomboid. Yeah, and you said you chopped off your arm, right? Time to learn short blades. Short blades is fun. Short blades has the one extra benefit, in my opinion, and that is that. Oh, thank you. That it teaches you range, like zombie range, because you kind of have to get in a little bit closer. So you're kind of, but just be careful. That's all. Being careful, yes, it's good to be careful. Okay, so I'm only gonna just peek out here just a bit. I'm looking for glasses, kind of. Okay, I need to head back now. Because we're gonna, yeah, be dipping into freezing and hypothermia by the end of it. It's so cold. It's kind of fun though. Basically, you're battling the extremes at all times, and then it screws you over kind of in terms of your stamina. So it's interesting. This tea is so good. Lots of boops. I'm pretty sure we aren't wearing glasses, right? Yeah, I have no idea where they went, but that's okay. Because in theory, we should get another pair. If there are zombies around. I'm not seeing any. At least not right yet. You mean when there will be NPCs? I mean, we'll see. It all depends. I'm sure that they'll try and balance the NPCs the best they can, but like, I mean, when they release them, it's not something that's we get to really have to think about for a while. Well, I suppose technically speaking, though, like, I mean, the animals and how can you be alive? I mean, because it's a video game. That's why. Video game logic. The character is built different. Oh, sit down. Let's eat some berries. That should be enough to sate my hunger. Crepes. Nice. Yeah, it would definitely be a difficult thing to balance, and then also to code. Definitely not easy. It will get warmer, but this is the winter. So the winter of winters. But it will get warmer once we get through winter. So like spring and summer and fall, they're all warmer than winter. But basically, I just need to be patient. Patience is key in this kind of challenge. So far, if I'm patient, eventually we'll get through the winter and then I'll actually be able to function again. See, some folks will see this and think that that this is actually going to end up being that in build 42 it would be harder to play this, right? I don't think so. I think build 42 would be easier because in build 42 you'll have like animals and other such things. I think it'll be easier to survive in the forest with like doing forest survival playthroughs. Oh, I'm sorry. What were you saying? The shortcut to for keybinds for foraging, it's under. Where is it under? Search mode, right here, down at the bottom. Search mode Y. I put mine on Y, but you can toggle it to be whichever you want. Search mode, right here. The sign's a bit in the way, but it's at the bottom. At least I think that they're talking about the game, which is like a. It's like a game where if you think about it, you lose. That's how that game works. It was very popular in the 90s. Yeah, it's a good game. Kind of. It'd be a Louisville rework. I mean, that's up to them to decide. They'll probably be working on other stuff. I don't know. We'll see. They're already working on a lot of Louisville and bigger buildings. Remember, they've raised the building limit, right? Which would mean that a lot of buildings are going to get reworked in and be bigger and skyscrapery, and because they're raising it, and as well as they're raising the ground limit, or the below ground limit, so you can have like basements as well. I think it's going up 32 and down 32. I think something like that. I don't really know though. All right, let's go to bed. Bedtime, nap time, sleeping. Yeah, part of that though is getting reworked right now. Like I'm thinking quite a lot of the map is going to change when they roll out Build 42. Is there a way to choose your spawn location? Kind of. There's a couple ways to do it. You can use mods. You can edit the spawn locations within the files. So yeah, there are kind of ways. But if you don't want to do any of that, your character profession will dictate where you'll spawn most of the time. So, for example, let's say that you're spawning in. Do I have Rosewood uncovered? Let's say you're in Rosewood, right? You're choosing to spawn in Rosewood. Well, if you pick unemployed, sometimes you'll spawn in the houses down here. Sometimes you'll spawn in one of these houses over here. But for example, if you pick fire officer, you might spawn in the Rosewood fire department. Or if you pick police officer, you'll spawn maybe in the police department. I think does unemployed also spawn in the police department sometimes? Yeah, so you can kind of choose your spawn location that way. Not 100%, but kind of. And there are also mods that let you give you other spawn locations, as well as for example, in the playthrough we're doing right now, um, I used a Ravencreek 800 plus spawns mod. Why? Because I wanted to make sure that I wouldn't be able to just use like feel samey every time with the spawns. Like I wanted it to put me into random interesting locations. At one point, it even spawned me outside next to all the zombies, so I had to like run away right away, which is kind of cool. I like that. It's neat. But yeah, this is where we are right now. I live in this area. I like it here. It's not too bad, but at the same time, I would like to push towards the actual Raven Creek and start seeing Raven Creek because I've seen a lot of this area for a very long time. And it's been nice. I do like this location. And I've not really done like a survive in the woods kind of playthrough before, so it's kind of neat to be off in the woods and just run the clock up just for fun, I guess. At least until we can reliably survive. But yeah, those are the ways that you can choose your spawn, kind of. Through editing the files, through mods, or by picking a particular character, you have a higher chance to spawn in certain locations. It's very interesting. I preferred the last thing, like to just spawn, pick a spawn, and just give her, because your spawn doesn't dictate exactly how things are gonna go. Because you could spawn in, let's say you spawned in Rosewood, you could just immediately go to Louisville, or you could go to Riverside, or you can go to West Point. You don't. There's no limits. You can go wherever you want. Explore, have fun. Unless you picked one of the challenge mode maps, then you won't be able to go anywhere because the challenge mode maps are specific. So, like, if you were to pick Studio or Kingsmouth, those two maps are very they're they have their own map that's much smaller. Kingsmouth is really fun though if you want to do a gun playthrough because there's a ton of ammo in that storage unit over on the military side. So much ammo, and there's a police station right beside it as well that has a lot of ammo. So you can kind of just like go ham with guns on that playthrough. And then Studio is interesting because it has daytime sprinters. Daytime sprinters are neat. We are going to go back to playing sprinters again at some point, but I do want to kind of beat this playthrough first. Um, but I'm also half-heartedly hoping that Build 42 gets released. The second Build 42 is out, I will be switching to that because that's, new toys to play with. Plus, this map would need time to be updated because Raven Creek is a modded map. Um, so it would. I'm guaranteeing they're going to want to edit some stuff because they have more build limit they can go with now, and so they could do like sewers. They could do high rise buildings. Like they've got some really big buildings in this map that I've seen. What are my thoughts on that? Random zombies. So the thing is if you have random zombies on, you got to be extra careful because there will be sprinters in there, and that means that sprinters will kind of, but not just sprinters. They'll also be slow shamblers. And as much as it's you can look at a slow shambler, and they are really funny to watch walk around. It's good to make like maybe not underestimate them because they move so slowly that you'll forget about them. Unless you run over and just really quickly take care of them. Yeah, close calls, and so sprinters are very, very dangerous, sort of, because all it takes is a couple of them. Even if you're a very powerful character, like you've got a character that's lasted, let's say your character lasts 2 years, right? It just takes 3 sprinters to screw that character over, and then there goes all that progress. So it's like sprinters. I like playing sprinters in their own game mode, like with 100%, because then at least at that point, it's always going to be sprinters. And I don't have to play a guessing game at all. Okay. It's 3 of you away. But at the same time, I do like sprinters. I think sprinters is really fun. Do you have to completely make a new? So I don't know. Maybe there might be some corruption. If but for example, I'm pretty sure Vanishing Towers World has survived a couple of builds. But the thing is so much new stuff is being added that it's like when think about it like in terms of a Minecraft update or a 7 Days to Die update. What happens when they update? Your world kind of starts looking really jank and corrupted and weird because things are different, right? They've changed code that maybe in one spot was one way and now it's a different way, and there's conflict. So chances are a lot of people are going to have to redo their worlds or at least like start over. Yeah. 23 days is good. It's a good start, and like it'll build. You'll build on that start over time until eventually you're at a stage like this where it's like your my start now is if my character survives a year, that's a good start. That's a start. But if my character survives less than a year, then I mean that's okay. Because your character starts getting powerful after about a little while. Like we're fairly good, not like end game yet, but we're like still early game, mid game right now. At least that's how I see it. This area is deceptively like because it is warming up. Look, it went up to 50. Nice, or 150. Still, it's going up. The temperature is going up. Hooray! Nice. Okay, so I got enough chipstones for right now that I'm feeling comfortable enough to get some wood choppage on. There we go. Can you chop a tree with 0 skill? What does that mean? You don't need skills to chop a tree. It's the reason that you'll struggle to chop a tree early on is because of the damage that the axe is doing, and then its maintenance. So, for example, if you have a fire axe or a wood axe, it'll take less swings, but you're going to be more damaging based on the maintenance. So, like your characters by the maintenance, right? So when you get higher levels of maintenance, your weapon will last longer, but you don't need skills to chop down a tree. You can chop down a tree with no skills. You just have to have a weapon. Any weapon, doesn't matter what it is. You can have all, like it's just gonna take longer if you choose other weapons. So, like, for example, I can take down a tree with 50 butter knives. It's not going to be preferable, but you probably like that's just it's a bad example, but it's that's what you can all weapons do damage to the trees for the most part. The only thing that doesn't is pushing. Pushing doesn't do damage to the tree, but all weapons do damage, varying levels of damage. So you could technically chop down a tree with like butter knife, kitchen knife. It's just these things will only do like one damage to a tree. And if you think about it, the tree has let's say a tree has 200 HP. I don't really know how much the trees have. I just know that small trees take less to do than the bigger trees. Um, but if you look at it like that, it would take like a butter knife hundreds of attacks in order to take down a tree, as opposed to say like a stone axe, which would take a lot less because it does more damage to the tree. They're yeah, and then there's certain weapons that do more. So I think somebody told me barbells do a large amount of damage to trees, and wood axes are the best. Wood axes and barbells. Um, And then from there, you've got your other good weapons to attack trees with. Fire axes are really good. Stone axes, they're okay. Um, and then you've got like hand axe. Hand axe, meat cleaver, and machete, I think, are all similar. They're not exactly the same. I think the hand axe is slightly better than all of them, but um, they are similar and better to attack the tree with than say a hunting knife. You wouldn't want to really attack a tree with this hunting knife. Most of these weapons over here you wouldn't want to hit a tree with, but like the axes are okay. Stone axes though will break really fast if your maintenance isn't high. Yeah, I mean it's interesting. I'm starting to try and just keep myself busy best I can. Yeah, this meat cleaver versus like yeah, and the machete as opposed to say like the hunting knife. They're slightly better, but obviously you wouldn't want to use them unless um, it was preferred. Like for example, if I have a meat cleaver in this particular playthrough, I would want to use it as a hand axe. The reason being is that my character is a lumberjack, so any durability that I have on the axes, I would want to prefer to save if I can, because that's her primary weapon, as opposed to say me using the hand axe. Is the hand axe better than the made axe? I mean, yes and no. It's better at some things. It's worse at other things. So its attack speed is faster because it's a one-hander. Um, the made axe is a two-hander, so it's a little bit slower. And if you try to do it in one hand, it's unwieldy. So um, in saying that, I can't remember which one's better for stamina usage. But the made axe is one that you can create. I can make hundreds of these. as opposed to the hand axe, which you'll only see once in a while around, like, in zombies, in, like, wood crates, in factories, storage units, sometimes garages. The hand axe is, yeah, it's good, but it's not, hardware stores, I guess, maybe. Yeah, it's a good weapon. It's just it's not. It's not crazy reliable, is what I was trying to say. Because you have to hope that you find them, which is not impossible, but and you'll basically have an infinite supply of most weapons after a while, especially with the zombie loot spawns and finding them in zombies, looting buildings. Once you take over an area, then you start getting to, like, proper looting. You can build a weapon stockpile that's fairly large. This sucks a little bit. Nice. If I'm not wrong, the more you go to a zone, that becomes a heat zone for zombies? Not really. The only reason zombies go to that area is because you're pulling them in. Like, it's not that the player is not increasing it as a heat zone. It's just the zombies gain animations and get stuck on the player border. So, like, the like, a good example is, why are these zombies here? Is because I keep going up and down this area, and as a result, these zombies have showed up, and they get there's they'll kind of, like, build up on the side of your. This is rough. On the side of your player area, like, they get caught on it, kind of. Not entirely their fault. They they also get stuck on cell borders, so you'll sometimes see, like, a zombies clustered in a line. That happens sometimes too. But yeah, it's not so much a heat zone. It's like a sound zone. Yep, my migration is set to every 6 hours. Migration is just zombies moving around in the cell that they're in. Ooh, I actually need that. So every 6 hours, they decide to move around. But yeah, and it's the metas that will pull them across cells. Metas are the player, so that if your player is I'm trying to think of how to phrase it, but yeah, if zombies are in an area, it's the player's fault. That is essentially what I'm trying to say. It is on us. They came because we were there. Not because of a heat map so much, but just because it's more of a sound thing or them seeing you. Is the spear better than a hunting knife? I mean, kind of. Sometimes it depends on what you're doing with it. The spear is the best weapon late game when you really like. Currently, the spear is the best weapon for clearing, because of its renewability and the fact that it's got very very fast attack speed. It's really good for times 16 because it's built to clear. That's what it's built to do, because it'll break and then you just pull out another spear and keep going. And then their durability is their biggest weakness, but durability is not a problem later on because of high levels of maintenance. So the spear is really good. In this playthrough, though, the spear is not as good because of the cold. The cold kind of screws you in terms of attack speed. Because of the constant cold and the fluctuating attack speed, axes would be superior to the spear in this, just because they're they're more reliable in the sense of the attack speed. Plus, you can actually get higher attack speed than spears would be able to achieve. Because if you are constantly cold, then you're going to be constantly having that minus to your attack speed, and that's just going to make it worse. But because Axeman exists, yeah. So specific to this particular challenge, um, axes would be better, and that's why I'm using axes. But specifically the stone axe. Hand axes would be okay, but stone axe would be the best because stone axes are renewable. But yeah, spears are good. Don't get me wrong. These are the best weapons for clearing time 16 without question. And then I'd like to say that knives are really good, but because they need an extra attack, even though they have infinite stamina, it ends up being not as good. I like hunting knives best though as my favorite weapon. They just are comfy for me, but yeah, and knives are really good as a backup weapon if you're going to be teetering on the edge of exertion. Because you can, with high level knives, you can just fight endlessly. You don't run out of stamina, not unless you're running around. Which I mean, chances are you are, because Why wouldn't you be? Your stamina's not used for combat. Might as well run around. I was just scouting the area a little bit just to make sure no more zombies are around in the immediate area. Then we'll get to foraging. I still don't have glasses, which is unfortunate. Unless they're over here. No, I don't see them. Can you put a campfire on a campfire with matches? Yeah. Matches are actually, and lighters are the fastest way to light a campfire. Using like a ripped sheet or something, you can light a campfire really fast. It's a guarantee as well, as opposed to doing it with the tree branches or the sturdy sticks and the notched plank. The reason why I have the notched plank though is because it's just better to have as because it guarantees that I can at least try to start the fire because I don't have infinite lighters and matches. Hi, Lightning Kuno, by the way. Hopefully you're having a good day. Your CDDA runs are going well. Oop, I need to. Why don't I have sheets on the windows? Because I don't have any sheets. I would have to go get some. And having sheets on the windows only will prevent zombies from seeing you while they're inside. I go out of my way to make sure all the zombies in my area are dead as best I can. So them being able to see me is difficult if they're not alive. Or, well, not able to move around. Because they were dead to start, so I guess they can't unalive them. Make them immobile. But yeah, having sheets on the windows is good to prevent zombies from seeing you. It's a good strategy. You can also do 3 planks, but or a metal sheet. 3 planks cost some nails though that I don't have. I don't have any sheets, and I don't have any nails or a propane torch, so I can't cover the windows. Not that in this case that I would really consider it right now. I did put up a barrier on that one side over by the furnace or like the antique stove, but zombies ripped him off. So I just haven't re-put new ones at this time. How many zombies? I don't know. Karumi told me that there's between 150 and 200k or something like that. I don't know offhand though. Something like that. I'm unsure. Sorry. I wish I could give you an answer, but I genuinely don't know. So between 150 and 200 and probably 250k, something like that. Several 100,000 zombies. But I'm not worried. Not even a little bit. I'd be more worried if they started invading this area a little bit more aggressively, but they haven't been yet. Like so far we've seen like what, 50 zombies in this area? That's not that bad. Yeah, no, I've only killed 6k. That's not it's a drop in the bucket when you're playing time 16. I didn't get to comfortably move around West Point until I killed about 50k. At that point, like between 40 and 50k. But I remember what happened in West Point was I was pushed back to the mansion several times. I was living in this house here, and then I went from living in this house here, immediately going from here all the way across to where is it? This gas station, or yeah, the Thunder Gas and the general store over here. So I went from here to here over like after I was done fighting and killing for a very long time. In one day, I went from here to here, and then we cleaned up the rest of the town, and there was nothing left in West Point for the most part. Like we were sitting at around between what was it 70k and when we were doing the Gigamart stuff, and we would kill little hordes that showed up every now and then. But it was definitely this was my first city win. I first city that I'd ever beaten. So I feel we'll do the same to Ravencreek. It's just going to take longer because Ravencreek is a map that I don't know, as well as um, I kind of have to hope they get a sledgehammer. Otherwise, it's going to be not easy. Sledgehammers open up the door to being able to go through like fenced off areas, stuff like that. Oh, thank you very much for the follow. Hooray, glasses! No, foraging has a refresh time similar to fishing, where it will automatically refresh. So, similar to fishing, it'll just refresh, and there will be more objects to find. Basically, it's a way to get certain resources infinitely. Now, some things are more rare than others. Like for example, finding nails. That's I can find nails with foraging. It's just it's unlikely, especially out in these woods. We're more likely to find stones going the distance. I'm trying. It's cold though. Let's go have a sit and relax next to the warm. Okay, we're good. Does chopping a tree make a sound? Yes. Yes, it does. If I remember correctly, it's slightly louder than a shout, but I don't know. I don't know the exact distance a tree like causes. I think it's louder than a shout, quieter than a car horn, is what I think. But I don't know for sure. That would be something that somebody in debug would have to go look at. Fishing also makes a noise too, but fishing's noise is also is not as loud. Okay, I'm gonna go heat up and then we'll go and fish some more. I have to hope we catch more fish because we started losing weight. I'd rather not get to underweight if I can avoid it. Oh, I probably should specify when the tree falls down. It is the sound that's slightly louder than a shout. I think the regular chopping might make a noise too, but I don't know. I just know that when the trees fall down, that zombies tend to show up, which is weird. So it's got to be something to do with the sound. Could just be a coincidence though through migration, but Drinking water that's not cooked? No, that's not true. You don't need to drink water that's not cooked. You can drink in this game. In this game, you can drink the lake water. You can drink rainwater that's tainted. It's fine. It's just if you have queasy built up at all, that it'll start causing you problems. So just make sure you have no corpse sickness, and you can drink the tainted water. It's just not something that I need to do, so I'm not doing it. No, you don't die of drinking poison water. The only reason you would die of drinking poison water in the game is if you were to drink like bleach, or if you were to have corpse sickness built up and then drink, or food sickness built up and then drink tainted water. Or alternatively, if you double dip, like if you drink tainted water and then drink tainted water again, that might build it up too. So just if you're in absolute desperation, drinking tainted water is an option, but just make sure that you're not sick at all. And then if you're really that worried about it, make sure you have lemongrass. Yeah, water is never a problem in the game. Never ever a problem. And good morning, by the way. Um, but yeah, it's not a problem. Don't fret about water. If you're worrying about water, it's not that bad. I'll throw those away tomorrow. There we go. Yeah, water is like the most common thing because, like, even out here in the middle of nowhere, there's a sink here that I drained. There's a sink in the other place that's two fairly good. Why did I wake up early to do fishing hours? Fishing hours are increased. You get an increased chance of fishing during dawn and dusk. So dawn is 4 a.m. to 7 a.m. That's dawn, and dusk is 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. It's a 3 hour window where fishing is better. And because I'm using spearfishing, it's important that I use the fishing hours if I'm going to try and gain weight at all, or at least maintain weight. But yeah. Not really. The only reason I'm struggling right now is because of the temperature. But look, we've managed to catch 3 fish. If we can catch just a little bit more fish, I can bring my weight back up. And this is... There we go, that's... First bit. Eating fish can get your weight up. Meanwhile, eating like berries, mushrooms, and other such smaller things can get your weight down. And then it's just about playing that basically mini game. I like maintaining my weight in the game though. I think it's neat. There we go. Weight is maintained now. So we don't have an up arrow or a down arrow right now. So it's stabilized. Basically, we just need to keep going. We're almost out of December though, and we'll be into January soon. January. Then that's 1/3 out of winter. Once we get out of winter, fishing chances go up by a lot. So I won't even have to worry about my weight at that point. I just need to basically make it through winter. And we're already about a third through. I really can't wait till we can get back to going and killing zombies again. So by out of winter, I mean out of the cryo winter, and into normal winter weather. So it'll still be like -60 to -90, but I can deal with -60 to -90. I can't deal with -155 to minus like 120. It's too much. I maybe can deal with -1 like 110. But see, -160, I can't go outside for more than a few in-game minutes before my character starts to get cold and then gets to freezing, and her movement speed is dropped down to almost nothing. So it becomes very difficult to move around. But we can still forage, so there is that. So I'm not going to starve. My character's not going to starve to death. She's good on that. So we'll just keep building up chipstones, weapons, those sorts of things until, and basically like I mentioned before, we're taking a knee and we're waiting out winter. Once winter's done, then we can continue. So we will be going to siege the trailer park, hopefully clear the trailer park out. I'm hoping to get like some like pots and pans more so that we can start making more meals than just one at a time. Because if I can make like 5 or 6 meals and have them prepped, that would be nice. Saves me some time. And then from there, we can build a little outpost over by the trailer park. And then prepare to siege Ravencreek proper. But until we can get to that stage, well, it seems kind of cool. Built yourself a little prosthetic. I've never played with the amputation mod myself. Like I played with it on when, but I never ever got my arm chopped off. Because the amputation mod was available when I was playing on the Wild West server. It was really interesting, but never did use it. I would guess that if you get you can't get it damaged on your arms after you've chopped them off, right? So if a zombie were to like scratch your arm, it wouldn't matter. I like playing on that server. It was really fun. I wonder if they're gonna do another server like that at some point. I'm sure they will. It does happen. It is really cool playing on those kinds of servers. Like the way that it worked was is you earned money and you could buy things, right? I just bought food and water and knives. That's all I bought, and ammo once in a while. I was using the pistol when I could when my character's stamina ran out because I was unfit, weak. I think I what did I play as? I think I was a police officer. It's fun. Single player playthroughs though are really fun too. I'm gonna go turn on the campfire that's down here and prep myself for fishing. Hello, Stormtrooper. Are you having a good day? Hopefully you're well. That's good. Your knees feeling better. That's good. I'm glad that you're feeling better. It sucks when people are not feeling well, but it's the times then we aren't well that when when we are well, we can appreciate being, healthy and feeling good. You don't really notice the times when you're feeling good as much. But it is nice to. There we go. Am I in the UK? No, I'm a Canadian. Um, oops, I didn't want to do that. Okay, well, you can change the line, text on the bottom of the sign. What would you like it to say? I'll let you do a redo, and then I'll probably also give you back your points because in spur of the moment, I do feel like that's okay. I haven't reviewed the requests in a while, anyways. Let's see. I don't like how not responsive this can be sometimes. Abolish the two-party system. Party system? party? You're only allowed to have two parties? I'm confused by that statement. But sure, why not? I don't know what it has to do with partying, but I thought that you could have any kind of party. Abolish the two-party. Here in the USA, only two parties are pushed. Oh, but aren't you allowed to put your votes in any which way? I don't want to be political. There. Not all states. You have a third party, but then that means you have three parties. I thought you were talking like partying, partying, like with glow sticks and having a good day, kind of. Um, but it's like down with government. Okay, whatever. It's fine. I don't care either way. I am indifferent to government. There you go. Why not? There you go. Screw it. Back to the game. I don't. Yeah, it's one of those things that's like I don't care. It's fine. Whatever. It's okay. My opinion is like, if there wasn't a two-party system, or I don't even really think that matters, it would probably still be pretty bad. Because people are bad, but that's okay. It's not their fault. Okay, let's chop down some trees. But yeah, I thought it was you were talking about parties, like party. And then I really couldn't think of even two parties. Like how do you party twice and like are there only two ways to party? I guess the two ways to party are party like a relaxed party and a party hard, right? So I guess there are only two ways to party. It's sort of like a chill party and then party hard. Yeah, no, it is. There's a lot human beings are the problem. We are the problem. But that's an oversimplification, I suppose, too. Because parties were never an issue. It's us. But yeah, I'm not gonna get political because there's no point to get political. The parties in the U.S. and the parties in Canada and the parties in all over are just like it just doesn't matter. Like it's all a front, anyways. Not to be conspiracy theory ish, but it's like it literally doesn't matter. I was going into government at one point in time, and I didn't like it, so I stopped. I had so many books and like was reading. It was just the worst. It was the worst stuff I've ever read in my life. Anyways, on a lighter note, I've got a fish. You spawned in a new spot in Zomboid? Where? And which was it with a spawn mod or did you choose? Or was it like random? Spawn mod. Okay. Well, where did you end up? Did you do like Claire has that one mod that's like a what's it called? The cabin spawns. I've never used any of those mods before. Isolated cabin next to Riverside. Ew, I think I know where that is. That's a good pick. So you're just trying to do like a forest playthrough, or are you going to retake society eventually? With addict traits, okay, and injuries and broken legs to start. I did an all burn CDDA playthrough once, and that was really fun. I remember it was, and I survived it. And then the when I healed though, I tripped over a fence, and my legs you could still clean the wounds, so there was bugs with it. So I stopped playing it because of that. Just like my character was burned without burns. That playthrough was kind of short though. I think I only lived for like 4 months. Very short playthrough. You had to take her. I had to take Herbalist to start in this one because I didn't want to risk it because not having Herbalist the first because the first character that we had that succeeded this far, well actually she survived 4 months, was she didn't have Herbalist but she started in a building that had the magazine, which was cool. But yeah, Herbalist is very important for food, especially if if you don't think you're gonna get it. When you say said bugs, like, oh no, not bugs like that. No, bugs as in code issues. Because yeah, the don't wash your eyes out with detergent though. That sounds painful. Because it doesn't get the mental image out. It's not how that works. It's bad call. Make insect soups. That sounds interesting. I bet you that they would. Some of the insects would. So I'm not averse to eating bugs. Like I don't care that much. I just don't like to because of the whole unhappiness debuffs and all of that stuff. In reality, I would try it once. Like if somebody told me, "Hey, this is like a chocolate covered cricket. Enjoy," I would be like, "Okay, well, I'll give it a go. Why not?" Yeah, the unhappiness bonus in the game is awful. For those that don't know what unhappiness does, is it slows your action speed. So takes your character longer to do things, which is not optimal when you're dealing with a lot of nonsense. It can be as simple as transferring items, pulling items in and out of your bag, stuff like that. Yeah, it is extremely frustrating. Picking up items off the ground from foraging. But yeah, the previous character didn't have Herbalist. She found Herbalist. But this character, I was like, I'm not taking that chance. And Rhett was here and we were discussing it, and Rhett basically was like, just go for it. And I was like, okay. And I did it. And that now we're at this stage in the playthrough where we have this character and she's doing fairly good, but we need more time. Today you're slow from exertion, from exhaustion. I can understand. That sounds like a lot of work. Make sure you get your proper rest in, and you'll be good. Okay. That's good. I'm glad. Well, I'm hoping it's mildly entertaining, but it's like it's gonna get very samey, unfortunately, for a few months in game. There's gonna be the occasional zombie that shows up though, so that's gonna be kind of fun. Or maybe a wave of zombies will show up and push me out of the house. I really hope that doesn't happen though. We're losing weight again. Yeah, that's usually how it goes. If you don't expect it, sometimes it can surprise you. I'm not expecting a horde right now, but if a horde shows up, I wouldn't be surprised. Because that's kind of the way that it goes in this game. Like, sometimes you just gotta deal with whatever the game decides to throw at you. And it could be because, like, for example, here, one second, we'll put these things there. We're right here, right? And I was told at some point that one of the cell borders is down here. So I can assume that this is probably in its own cell right here, this area. So if this area is in its own cell, based on the average size of a cell, usually, like I'd have to actually measure it out, but I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna. Let's say this is a cell here. Then this area over here, the zombies will probably cluster up on these sides here, and they will eventually migrate down and be in my area. But they'll be in the woods, so I won't see them. Not until they get into the actual open clearing that is this area. So they could come in now, they could come in later, and I don't know how many zombies are in these outlying cells. It could be a lot. It could be none. I could have killed all of the zombies in the trailer park at this point, or there could be thousands still there. I'm not sure. Um, we'd have to wait and see. It's one of those things. But I am going to be right back because I got to use the washroom as well as I want to refill my drink. So, BRB. There we go. Okay. Yeah, the grind is part of the fun, though. If it was easy, then it wouldn't be as fun. These rags. I don't actually know how good the heater in the car is. I don't know how good it is. I guess cars would count as mobile versions of indoors, which is good, but they wouldn't count as indoors around the corpses, so the corpses would still get you sick. So it'd be just like the box that I made, kind of. Remember that got me killed in that previous playthrough. Um, in saying that, I don't know how good the car heater is, nor do I know how much battery it takes up for being on. But also, there are no off-road vehicles in the game, at least not in vanilla. There are if you drive your vehicle off-road, it damages it more. It's best to not drive your vehicle off-road if you can help it, but obviously it's going to be hard for me to tell where the roads are unless I'm like I peek at my map, okay, roads are here, and then I just make sure I stay on them in between buildings and stuff. But like because of the snow, it's going to be hard to see roads kind of. I mean, there'll be visual indicators like lamp posts and stuff, so I'll just hope for that. But yeah, I don't know. My plan is to make little tiny like outposts to stay warm in. Have little warming stations. But I kind of cannot do that at the moment because my carpentry's not high enough. I can make them partly with log walls. I just can't roof them right now because our carpentry's like level 4 ish. But I need it to be higher in order to make stairs. Yeah, cars do have heaters, but I don't know if it's hot enough. In theory, it might be, but I'm not sure. It might just be too cold. Plus, I really wouldn't want to get caught inside a car with any of the cold debuffs. Because if I get out of a car because I see a zombie nearby, I'll have a movements penalty, right? So that's not going to be good. Can't really run away if your movement speed is like fractioned. Yeah, I know. I understand. That's me too. I would think. Trust me. I'm. If I can think of a good idea to get us moving, I will definitely try my best to do that. But it's hard. It's not the easiest to get moving. Exclamation point traits. There's a little video you can look at. Because my build currently is not going to be the same. Because we've lost some of the traits that I took at the start. My character used to be weak, unfit, very underweight, but now she's just stout and out of shape. Because we've trained. But yeah, you can do an exclamation point traits, exclamation point mods. There's a bunch of commands. If you want to do commands, know the commands, it's exclamation point commands. There's like 30 or so. There's not that many. Most of them are just links for information. Oops. All right. Two more days, and then we're out of December into January. I think the luckiest thing that's happened in this entire run so far, though, is I forged up a saw at the beginning. That was probably the luckiest thing we had happen. Just as a thought, getting a run off the ground for this one, it's like a saw is very nice to have, but it's not a requirement. But it definitely makes things easier. Mm-hmm. You know when you look at something for a while and it feels like the same, like, and then it like loses meaning. Like if you see the same word like over and over and over again, you start to question whether it's spelled correctly, or you start to imagine that the word means like nothing. That's how I'm feeling about the arrows on the ground right now. I like them, but at the same time, I started looking at them like, okay, they're incomplete. They're two incomplete triangles. Okay, what if I were to turn that board and face it this way? Yeah, exactly. Like saying the same word over and over and over again. I'm like sitting there like, but what if like I turn this that like that, and then I know that that would stop looking like a triangle after a while, even if I turned it like that. So it's like it becomes one of those things. Exactly. You're tempted to get the snow as water because there's no way that to grow crops. So what you do is there is a way. You build a water barrel, and what I'm about to suggest is going to be pain. But you build a water barrel, and then you cart water from the river and or other water source all the way to where you need it to be. That's how you do it. So your character would end up having to be like a water carrier, and then you fill up like a water barrel full of water, and then you just make sure to check it every now and then. But if you're going to do that, you're going to need to. It's one of those things that it's just better to grow beside the river. Let's be fair. Carting all that water is not worth. It should you should just take it over, or grow like build a little crop shack next to the river or a water source or a well, because otherwise it'll be pain for you. Is there a shorter path to the fishing spot? I mean, I could cut one through the forest. I could cut a straight line through, but if I cut a straight line through, then the path is really short between here and there, and I don't mind the path being kind of windy. It gives me more space. If I get attacked at the fishing spot, then I can come here. Or if I get attacked here, I can go down there, right? So it ends up being giving me more space to work with overall. Plus, it lets me check for zombies in between, like in between each area. That sounds horrible. I wouldn't want to cart water that way. I would probably just build a little shack near the water and just do that. Do I have any stone axes on my person? I have one. I need to start filling out these. So while we have good daylight right now, I'm going to forage until I get a couple chipstones. And then I'm going to try and break a few stone axes and fill out some of these sheet ropes that we built up. 'Tis tough. Let's see. That's you. 3. 3. Okay. We filled out a few more of these. Okay, we want to get more back in, get rid of these things. We shouldn't have any more left. Nope. Okay, now we can go and get some. So we got some trees chopped down at least. We can head off over to fishing spot, fish for a bit, come back. Maybe I'll pull up all the grass on that one side. Now we're definitely going to need a heck of a lot more stone axes. Is it kind of cheating to give yourself extra trait points? I mean, not really. But I had to add like 27 points. I mean, it depends. If you had to add 27 points, it's probably because that other streamer had taken trait points in the initial that gave them extra, right? So, for example, for like my build, having strong, which is eventually going to happen, and athletic, to get those points, those are traits you can earn over time. So you don't need to take those traits. You can just earn them over time. That's probably how they got the additional 30 points or 27 points. Is they probably took weak, they probably took unfit, they probably took a weight trait. If they take those three traits, that gives you like an extra 30 points to work with. But I don't feel like it's that cheaty. It's just at the end of the day, I mean, your gameplay experience is going to be the way that you want it, right? So if you want to take like use the same build as someone else, and they cheated to use their build, like I mean, maybe they had a reason that they cheated their build in that way. Maybe it's like a role play purpose, or perhaps they didn't cheat that build in, and they actually earned it, right? Like for example, for my character, or for the first character that can come to mind for me would be Lamprey's character. His character had started out weak, unfit, very underweight, or obese for some of the runs. So you can earn those traits over time. Beginning since I spawned near a spot where you lived when I got attacked, so slow I just died. So if you're trying to play this particular challenge, it's good to make note of which clothes are best in terms of keeping you warm. So long socks, wearing military boots, lumberjack shirt. There's different tiers of clothing, but just look at the insulation and sort of build your understanding about which things are insulated. You play on normal, not hard or easy though. That's fair. So you're going to look for insulated gear still. If you're playing Cryo Winter, you're going to want insulated gear. So like ranger pants, and also if the clothes don't have a hole in them. So something that you might want to get familiar with is this right here, the temperature screen. So your character will gain heat by moving around, by doing exercise, so you want to get your core temperature to be fairly decent. That said, you also want to have good insulated clothing. So See, you can check insulation here, and it'll tell you if a piece of clothing has a hole in it. You'll see because you'll lose insulation. These are all important for maintaining fairly decent body temperature outside, so that you don't freeze to death and then have to suffer the movement penalties that come with being cold. In the initial, though, you're basically just get out of dodge as best you can. Is the best thing I can suggest. You don't want to be either. You're gonna want to loot the buildings you're in, and then build up your clothing and if there's food, eat the food. But you're gonna want to eventually probably leave, especially if you're playing Ravencreek or if you're playing like West Point. Times 16 is no joke, and you should just leave right away most of the time to get to a safe place. It's hard to find a safe place, though, when there's that many zombies around. To put it plainly, this character, this is my 102nd try at this challenge. So it took me 102 tries to get this character. And then it took me 90 tries in initial to get Leola Hefner, which was my other character. 90 tries to try to feel out the map and see where I can go. And that's just what you've got to do. If you were to go back and watch the other parts of this playthrough, it's basically me throwing away characters to glean little bits of information about Ravencreek so that I can then decide where I want to go, what I want to do. Because I didn't ever try to throw away those characters. I just didn't expect that they would be able to live. If they did live, it would have been great, but most of them couldn't because of their situation. So it's just sort of a matter of balancing that and then figuring out where you need to go from there. And then it's about survival. So, and then after the survival, it's about clearing. So if those things don't interest you and this kind of gameplay is not for you, then it just depends. It's not everybody's cup of tea, and I'm aware of that. Because it can be kind of samey, kind of boring. Like, a Time 16 in general is very much a slog. You have to really wade through zombies. It's like you'll be fighting on the same roads for weeks at a time. In reality, not in the game. In the game, it's months. And Cryo Winter just adds an extra time barrier as well. Because during these months, I can't really do much. I don't have many options. My options are eat, sleep, and sustain. Of course, when zombies wander in, I try and kill them. But yeah, it's... Happy New Year! It's 1994. But yeah, even if you're playing normal Cryo Winter, it's still cold. It's really cold. You're going to want to get the best insulated gear you can find. Year can really change in game? I mean, yes and no. If in terms of calendar, the calendar does push forward gradually, and I don't know if there are leap years, but because I've never seen, I don't know. The longest I lived was, well, I'd have to check, but from what I understand, it's just standard calendar progression, and then your survival time is just a ticker timer. This survival time is separate to the calendar in the game. The survival timer is 24 hours, ticks over to a day or 30 days ticks over to a month, and then 12 months ticks over to a year. It's a ticker timer. But there are actual months in the game. Like you just seen, yesterday was December 31st. right? So the month lengths are accurate, kind of. But yeah, so if you just do the math yourself, it's easy to tell. Like, for example, right now it is January 1st, 1994 in the game, in the Project Zomboid universe for me. Because the infection starts in 93. Sorry, I tried to mute, but it couldn't reach it in time. My bad. Appreciate you. Thank you. Now we're gaining a little bit. I already have tents. I don't need another one. Well, we're almost level 9 foraging, so that's kind of nice. It's funny because it shows this circle, but then we'll see stuff like way out there. Like, how far is the actual circle? It's definitely further than it says. Oh yeah, your character will actually make noises like ha, hiya, and stuff like that. And I was thinking that it would bother me a little bit, like it would get annoying. But I've since changed my stance on that. I don't think it would. I think it actually will give it a similar to a Legend of Zelda feel. You know, does anybody really get annoyed with Link going hiya, ha, ya, ya? No, not really, right? At least I don't think. And same for Dark Cloud and a lot of all the other old games that I used to play. Um, it doesn't give you that, like, it doesn't annoy you, or it wouldn't really annoy you. You know what I mean? It would just add a little bit more immersion to the game in a way, because you actually would feel like, you know, your character going, you know, making those noises and actually like responding. Like for example, when they yell, they go, "Hey, hi, hey," you know, over here, that sort of thing, right? I feel like that just adds to the game's value. And as I was thinking about it more, yeah, it won't be as bad. But especially like think about it in terms of like you're swinging your weapon, right? You don't really it won't be quite as bad, I don't think. It's not as bad as people think it will be. It'll add more immersion, I think. Because I was the same way at first. I was like, yeah, I could see that being annoying, but it was like, yeah, so long as there's variations, yeah. If there's variety in it, it'll be fine. And I'm sure there will be. There's probably going to be like a handful of sounds for per thing, right? Or maybe not. And if that's the case, then people will there will be mods to fix it, and or mods to mute it, and or mods to give more sounds. 2 will be okay, but I want to see what the devs have to offer first. Of course, I don't really go all out for them for downloading a ton of mods, anyways. I like playing things in their vanilla format for the most part, minus things like Minecraft. And I guess technically games like Lethal Company, I never played the vanilla version of that game. When I played Lethal Company, though, it was because Emma asked me to, and Emma had a list of mods that I needed in order to play. Specifically, we had, what was it? More suits and a few other odds and ends. Yeah, I'm sure it'll have settings. It's fine. They've put settings on basically everything, so it's a very customizable experience either way. Because they know that their player base is kind of different, like in terms of some folks like some things, other folks don't. You know, very varied in terms of folks. A cool mod idea that I have would be if the game took a screenshot every once in a while, like you could set it up on a timer, but the game took a screenshot every once in a while, and then at the end, when your character does die, it could play like a little montage of your character's life. And obviously, other some characters would have short lives, and but like I mean, it'd be kind of a neat idea in my head, anyways. To have like a short little, this is how you died, and they play little clips of your character, like fishing or doing like mechanics or just little things. And then at the end, you could like the screenshots are in their own little folder that you could. Of course, I mean, you can kind of do that on your own if you want. Just press the screenshot button every once in a while. But it'd be neat if that was a built-in feature. I'd just make sure that the picture format's like JPEG or something, not something like PNG, and it wouldn't take up that much space. And plus, you could set the frequency, right? Well, see, and Lamp's game is much bigger than people realize, because think about it. After every stream, he makes sure to take or he makes a copy, right? Makes a copy of his game so that just in case something goes wrong, that with the file, if it gets corrupted at all or anything, that he has a copy of it, right? Because he doesn't want to lose the progress, and that's understandable. The So that's like gigs upon gigs of games, which is neat. So a couple screenshots here and there. I mean, file space is one of those things that it's limited by. All you'd have to do is have it set up so that it chooses the location, right? Or that you could choose the location of where the files go, and then as things start to fill up, you could delete them or you could remove them. Just like any other game. Some games are a bit more ridiculous about their save data as well, or them patching the entire game over again. Yeah, exactly. They are, especially depending on the file format. If you make them like JPEG file format or something a little bit less, remember it would only just take screenshots of like it's it's cheap in comparison to an entire game. Like I think Karumi's game took hours to back up because it's about the same length. Even downloading my own previous, like, because I still have my Time 16 game in case we want to kind of go back and look at it. I figure, like, later on, I'll boot that one back up. In that Time 16 game, I don't know if the version of it I have is the same one, but I buried my zombie, like, and at the church. Sorry, breathe tea. Not a good plan. um, no, the church in Burnt Town. So by the end of my playthrough, I was starting to siege Louisville, and I took over the burnt down town because I went through the other direction. There's two ways in, or well, there's two southern entrances to Louisville. You can either choose to go through um, the west military checkpoint that most folks will go through, that leads past the hospital, or you can go through the eastern military checkpoint that is beside the burnt down town. Now, to do the eastern one, you kind of either need a sledgehammer or you have to go all the way around, which is a bit tedious. But to there that checkpoint is going. Well, there's also the hole in the fence too, but that's kind of close to the eastern military checkpoint. Anyways, but yeah, my zombie I buried over at the burnt down town. I'm fishing. Can you leave me alone? Zombies, am I right? But yeah, it's definitely interesting. I'll probably go back and visit that game later. Just to look at it and remember. There's a couple of those that I keep sort of as a sentimental kind of thing, but some of those files got lost when my computer blue screened. What's that? Okay. We're going home a little late, which sucks. But yeah, no, I don't. Have I ever been to the Rosewood Church? I don't know if I have. I've been to the Riverside Church, the one that's over on by the trailer park. Been there. I've been to. Does West Point have a church? I don't think does. Oh yeah, West Point does have a church. It's on the far side, the left side of it, the west side of West Point, over beside the small 2-story houses. It's fun going down memory lane. West Point has a church downtown as well. I'm trying to remember where that is. Is it this building? No. This is the police station. It might be this building. Because this is the church that I was thinking of over here. But yeah, this could be a church too. Anyways, getting distracted. They're both churches. Yes. It has a bigger parking lot. See, I don't go there very often, but I spend a lot of the starts of playthroughs and stuff near that other church, so that's why that one's on the forefront of my mind. Although I suppose I did technically go near that other one. I always stop near the Pizza Whirl and the other place. What's that other place called? It's beside the Pizza Whirl. It's got all the snacks. It's like a convenience store of some kind. Does it have a name? Or by the way, Danu, hopefully you're having a good day. Seen you playing Lethal Company yesterday. It's interesting. Have I played it? Yeah, Emma made me play it at one point in time. Um, some parts of it were interesting. We used the teleporter quite a bit to teleport inside, and a handful of times people died immediately from that, and a handful of times there were folks that were locked in rooms, like that they couldn't get out. Yeah, that sounds like your playthrough's having a good time. We very frequently can buy a bunch of nonsense. We got when we were playing, we had like very like min max kind of folks that are like, okay, we're gonna sell exactly the number of the quota and a little bit enough to get us to this moon, and then we're gonna do that. Like it was interesting, but those are the folks that are they like to be competitive in those kinds of games, and it's fun. As a result, we see how far we can get. The furthest we got was in, I think we got in the 5Ks, something like that. It was a long session, though, a really long session. The one thing that holds Lethal Company back in my mind would be the fact that, but it's a credit to it as well. So I don't know how they would fix it, but it's to have something that your characters can work towards that isn't just the quota, because your characters get kind of, not to spoil it, but your characters get blasted at the end, which is part of the game and is a good part of um, the design of it. But if you could like work towards like cosmetics or something. So far it's like I think there's a name tag you can wear, and that's about all you get. The inverse teleporter is such a trap. I liked that thing. I liked it though. It was fun because you could. It was a good way to get into the building really fast to get items. When it works, it works. When it doesn't, though, you die. Because, like I said, there was a handful of times people were ended up in locked rooms, and there was also a handful of times where people ended up just dead because of that teleporter. Like they just couldn't. It was fun playing with those folks, though. Okay, have a sit, warm ourselves up. Still recovering from accidentally breathing tea. Not a good habit. Should not do that. Don't recommend. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, the the house alarms are some of my favorite parts of the game. Actually, I really like them because they draw in zombies from a much larger radius. Than I don't have to like adjust any settings or anything. I just can kind of pull in zombies from a distance without really even thinking about it. The So they end up being really good, at least in my mind. Maybe I do see the house alarms as a little bit differently. When they go off, it's like you hate it while exploring. I can understand that. They kind of do hamper your ability to move around an area in a safe way. But depending on where you are, what the timing, like it can be quite helpful. I do like them. My sense of direction is really, really bad. So the inverse teleporter just gets me into the building fast so that I can grab loot and then I'll find my way out. And from there, whenever I leave, it's easier for me to find the ship than it is for me to find my way inside. I'm very bad at that. It's just very poor sense of direction unless I know where I am. How many axes do I have? 4. So not many. Yeah, I'm very bad at so, and the time where I discovered I had a really shitty sense of direction is I was playing Minecraft with some friends, and I'm like, oh, I'm 100% I'm going in the right way. I ended up thousands upon thousands of blocks away from our base, so I just made a new base until I could get to the stage where I could rejoin folks. Because I was gone and lost. And it's at that point that I end up in, especially in those kinds of games, I don't tend to venture far from base because folks need me to kind of, well, base mom, essentially. Mm-hmm. I don't mind base momming, though. It's fun. Because I get a bunch of resources and I can make things upgraded and all fancy and give people like cool gear and weapons and tools. I mean, I appreciate that they're using the arrows to find their way. Good job, zombies. Sorry. We are making some progress, though. Nice. Cool. We're starting to gain weight again. Barely keeping above very underweight. But we are holding, and that's important. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. 2 seconds, but no, I'm not gonna be long. So there we go. Okay. Sorry, I was just checking my laundry, and it's good. Laundry's done. Hooray, being an adult. It's actually gonna get to minus 170. I can't believe that. Maybe not though. Yeah, even with coordinates, it can be sometimes difficult. I look forward being free from this area. Alive. No zombies over here. I had hopes. I think it would look more like alive if there was a line across here, though. I think something went wrong with that. Maybe that's when they died, was when they were putting the rest of it together. We haven't been down to that other area in a while. I'm tempted to go down there. Would be kind of hard to get down there though, because the I'm assuming the trees have thickened up a bit. It's nice how fast fish can bring your weight back up. Got nothing else going on at all, so I'm thinking I'm gonna do some exercise. Nothing's gonna live up for a little while. Maybe foraging, but Minus 171. We did it. We crested 170. At this point, the fire wouldn't even really work out. Would the fire freeze? uh, Metals, rose hips. You usually memorize the location of where your base is? I'm really bad with directions, but I can kind of figure stuff out sometimes. I am just really bad at directions, so it's best sometimes for me to not leave the base at all. Most of the time, folks wouldn't want me to leave the base anyways. They'd prefer me there so that they can ask questions or they can. Because I am the type of person that has like notebooks and will study stuff and try and figure out everything. So and that goes for most of the games that I play. It's just the type of play style I have. I like doing the science and trying to figure out everything. When your character doesn't want to sleep, well, you can kind of force your character to go to sleep if you're tired enough. The only chance is if you're hypothermic, though, you can't, because your character will be taking damage to nearly lethal levels. So what you need to do is you need to be warm. So you can't start a fire inside, but if you're in this kind of area, you can kind of move the chair or go get a chair from the other house, for example, and put it next to one of these to heat yourself. The way that I did it was I put a tent next to a campfire and slept way over by the river. We were down here when I fixed my character. We fixed her down here to the point where she was at least able to fight a little bit, and then that's when we started making our push. I kill a few zombies, come back, rest. Kill a few zombies, come back, rest. Until eventually we had a foothold in this location. And then I would run all the way up to this location, heat myself, siege the zombies, run back here. And if I need to go back and sleep, I'd go back and sleep. Um, Unfortunately, the early game of this is going to be really painful because painfully slow because that's just how it goes with Cryo Winter. It slows you down, and so does Time 16, and so does Zero to Hero. All of those things slow down your gameplay. So yeah, as everything will slow you down. So you got to go at the pace that you need to for whatever you're playing. But eventually we sieged down the zombies, took this area over, and then I started pushing towards the. I decided the trailer park this time because the trailer park will have more cooking supplies, as well as has a chance to spawn long johns. If I can get a pair of long johns, I can't survive in this cold in long johns, but like what I mean is that I'll still be freezing, but later on will be a lot warmer overall. Because right now we don't have long johns, we don't have a baseball shirt. We're missing a few things that we could have. You need ripped sheets or clothing of some kind, along with the matches. And then also, I recommend putting some stuff in the fireplace first, like a log or branches or something to give the fireplace time so that it doesn't just go out right away. One, two, three, four. Not exactly, but there is a way to get a new window for it. If you find a crowbar, you can pry a window out of another place and replace your window with that window. The broken window won't affect the temperature inside, though, so don't worry about it. This inside area will still be inside, regardless of if a window is open or broken. Look, watch. See, temperature is -11, right? I open a window. I could open all the windows in here, and it'll stay the same temperature. Like, so this temperature is 60, right? Stays 60. 34, stays 34. Over here where the heat is, still +14. Yeah, the way that indoor areas work in Zomboid is they're separate. They're like they're designated by the map as indoor areas. So like this is zoned off. Like this is zoned. Even if I tear this whole building down, this will still be a zone of indoor. The only time that kind of changes is if you burn the building down, but it's still sections of it'll still be inside. And like I don't quite understand how fire works in terms of changing the inside and outside layout, but it's weird. And plus, you wouldn't want to be burning down the building anyways, probably. The only problem is that open window could zombie could fly, like climb in, so be careful. Do you need Carpentry 7 to pull out a window? I don't know. I very, very rarely pull out windows. The only time I did was when I was Carpentry 10. So I don't know. If you hover over a window, you should be able to see, though. So give me a second and I'll go look. I've got crowbars, so we can go look right now. It says that you need Carpentry 2, and that it's a 40% chance to break. Because I'm Carpentry 3. And that percentage chance to break will lower the higher your Carpentry goes. However, even if you have 100% chance to succeed, it can still break. As noted, I noted that with metalworking. I had 100% chance to dismantle fences, and sometimes they wouldn't yield anything, or they would give me unusable metal, even though I had an 100% chance to disassemble. So it should almost always give you bars, but sometimes it doesn't. Because I think what happens is the game probably goes up to like 99%, and there's probably like a 1% difference that the game doesn't account for. So it says 100% in the display, but it's probably only 99%. At least that's what I'm going to go with because of my experiences with metalworking. Woodland survival. How are we for chipstones? We're almost the next level of foraging. No. Depression doesn't kill you. It just makes you take longer to do things. Depression's not a bad... out of all of the worst moodles, depression's not a bad one. It's not a bad one to have. Depression is also caused by boredom. So it's caused by eating bad food or like stale food. It's caused by a lot of things, but it can't kill you. It's just annoying. Thank you for the follow, by the way. You fix depression by being outside gradually. Like, I don't know what causes the outside part of depression, but I've been outside and depression just went down a little bit. I don't know why. It just seems to every once in a while RNG just gives you a little bit of happiness for being outside. Um, the next thing is the books. You can read a book or a comic book. I think and then antidepressant pills. Also, eating food that you cooked that has variety in it is another way to get happiness. So you'll see sometimes that I'll when cows build 42. So that'll be released probably. We don't know. We don't have any idea of when it's going to be released, but it's going to be probably released this year. There's a strong chance that this year it's going to get released, so you'll see probably half a century later. No. It'll be released this year. It's just when this year I don't know. Nobody knows. Even the devs don't know. It's when they're ready to sort of roll things out. So we wouldn't want to rush them anyways. That's not as much as I do really want to play Build 42. I do. I wouldn't want to rush them. Not the kind of it's not. It'll be ready when it's ready. Kind of deal. Okay, but this is what I mean by so. Do you see how I put 4 fish in here and it's got unhappiness plus 10? Variety, what I mentioned earlier, is when you add other things to make it sort of different. So now it's -7 unhappiness instead. See? Because I've collected quite a few spices because I'm doing foraging. But yeah, I figure Build 42 is probably. If you wanted my guesstimation of my opinion when it would come out, I think it's probably going to come out in like August maybe or July. I would. That's what I would say. But like I said, I'm not holding my breath for those times. I'd like it to come out sooner, but it'll come out when it comes out. If it comes out in like December, then that is when it was meant to come out. So yeah, time to go. All right. Can you wish my cat Wormy a happy birthday? Yeah, sure. Happy birthday, cat. Hopefully you have a good birthday. I don't know if you've got the cat any presents, but if you got the cat presents, kudos. Happy birthday, cat. Cats are adorable. I also thought the place you had no trees to the water, but you chopped them all. Yeah. So yeah, if you thought that this area was clear, like oh, it's very clear looking. Yeah, that's my fault because I did this to nature. Nature and me, we've been tussling a little bit, and yeah, I it's. Let's just say that currently, nature's losing in this battle for me trying to stay warm. I'm not stubborn enough to try and take down nature though in this game. That would be absurd. Could you imagine trying to turn nature's abundance to the lowest possible setting and then try to take out all the trees? That would be such a playthrough and even if you set the game to builder mode, so there's not very many zombies, and you set it to the beginning, like the very beginning before any of the overgrowth happens, it'd be still an absolutely impossible amount of trees to take down. Are you playing Cryo Winter, and did you turn on Permanent Storm? You said you're playing on normal mode, right? I don't know. Did you turn on Permanent Storm? Because you may not get snow right away. But you will get snow eventually because the game does rain naturally over time. But I turned on Permanent Storm, so it literally is storming almost every day for me. There's like a once a day reprieve, like every 3 or so days, where the storm takes a break, but then it starts back up again right away. Like so, it was like snow directly when I came into the world, but removing the mod long darkness. Oh, I overfished. I didn't need to go that long. I don't know what you mean by those other mods because I don't have those mods. I don't have a long dark mod or a darkness mod. But the mod that I have is Cryo Winter, and then I have Cryo Winter set with it's set on hard, and then it's got Permanent Storm is active. So settings 3 and 4. So it's to make it difficult, really, really tough. Okay, well, kudos. You don't need snow on day one. Like it's fine. You will get snow eventually, though, because the way that snow works in the game is if your temperature is low enough, it'll snow instead of rain. which means that, for example, in this playthrough, I'm never going to see rain. There's never going to be rain, or there shouldn't be rain. Which means rain collector barrels suddenly lose some of their importance. Not to state that they're useless. They aren't useless. Rain collector barrels will still be good if I want to bring water and then purify it at my home. But it's like a luxury at that point, not a necessity. But yeah, I don't have either of those mods. Maybe Wick runs those mods? Wickhammer? I know Wickhammer has a lot of mods that I don't have. And actually, if you guys want my opinion, though I ran Zero to Hero, I feel like Wick's run is harder than mine. Because Wick has, like, the mod where you have to, like, you're... What's it called? Is it called susceptible or something like that? Like, you have to be careful. Oh, he'll get another run going. He's just probably taking a break. That's what happens when you get a really, really good run and you lose that run. It's normal to take breaks, and sometimes you feel like you can jump right back on the horse. Sometimes you need a break and play some other stuff. Um, my play style, I was tailored under Minecraft Hardcore and a lot of other hardcore permadeath games. So when I lose a character in this, my mind, it's although I like this character very much, she's like a goldfish to me. If I lost her, I would be like, okay, time for the next run. It's it's very much uh, uh, I think Peter was talking about Wick's run. But I'm sure Wick will probably get another run going really quick. He usually bounces back really fast. And he usually gets a good run going really quick. He's got some cool challenges. But that's generally how it goes. Lots of folks lose their runs. I've lost some really good runs. Um, Even Lamprey has lost a few, like in runs, like sprinter runs, for example. Those runs are hard, though. Okay, see, and that's good. It's good to customize your world so that it is a playthrough that you can very much appreciate. Morning. Started a new type of run? Oh, I missed it. He's taking a break from cryo. Okay, understandable. I'm gonna have to go look and take a look at the VOD then and see what kind of run he started. Because I missed it. That sucks. That's the cool part, though, is that a lot of the streamers will have VODs that you can go check. So if you miss a day, or you miss them getting killed on the run that you are invested in, you can go back and watch it. Oh. There we go. Just writing it down. Because I'm gonna want to go watch that later, but not now. Another 600 XP and we level up foraging again. That's interesting. Oh, scratches heal in less than a day, even with slow healer. It's, well, sort of. It's like a day and a bit for some of them. But it feels like less than a day. It's super, super fast to heal a scratch. Lacerations, they take a little longer. Just throw a bandage on it and then just forget about it. That's what I do. Once you know you're not infected, of course. And we took one scratch so far on this run. Because I was distracted. I think I was talking to someone in chat, and like I was very into the conversation or something, and I just walked directly into a zombie. You know, standard fail. Yeah, it happens. It's okay. Even if I lost the character, it wouldn't be that big a deal. I'd just start another run. I'm glad that we don't have to, though. Feel free. Best of luck to you. I don't think we're gonna get anything, but I'll try. We got a little bit of XP. Not much. Sorry. It sneezed. How goes the cryo surviving? I've seen the temperature drop down to minus 171. It's awful. I caught shoes instead of food today. Like it's minus 168 right now. And the zombies are interrupting my my fishing area a little bit. While like look, I haven't even barely left the area and I'm already hypothermic. Well, we are actually through part of December, right? Or like no, we're January 5th right now. We're about 1/3 through winter. Cryo winter's winter. We're 1/3 through it. I heard Wick just like a second ago. Literally, we were just talking about Wick. And I haven't seen Wick's new run, so I'm looking forward to checking it out after stream. Apparently, he's taking a break from Cryo Winter and he's doing other stuff. I am curious. What kind of other stuff? Okay, it's warm enough. Yeah. He's going back to gun run roots in Erie County. Oh, that's going to be cool to watch. Can't wait. So, what I very frequently do will load up a bunch of PZ streams and just like like doze off watching like a bunch of different streams. It's really cool. Oh, that sounds like CDDA zombies. Is it CDDA zombies? Yeah. Okay, that's neat. I've played a very small amount with CDDA zombies, like very small amount. The most dangerous CDDA zombie, from what I remember, was the wrestler. They're a zombie that can grab and throw you. CIA agent, Twitch streams. I've been around. I like PZ content, and I wander around and enjoy. That sounds really fun. Yeah. Well, it's good to have a bunch of fun and enjoyment, right? And PZ became my Overwatch essentially, the game that I became passionate about, and there's a lot I can put into this game, so I'm really keen on that. Brute zombies are the worst. So I never got to see brute zombies, I don't think, but I did see the. There's a bunch of different ones that are like weaker and stronger than the other ones, and I did get thrown by a wrestler zombie. I remember that because I did a run. It was like this was like years ago, like years ago. Um, but I did a run that was 10 years later, and oh, is it brutes? I thought it was wrestler zombies that threw you. Oh, they shove you. I remember there was a wrestler zombie, and that they grab and throw you into other zombies too. But I remember having a bow because my which playthrough was I mimicking back then? I don't remember whose playthrough I was mimicking. Might have been Lime's. I don't remember. It was a 10-year later playthrough. I had a bow. And see, the CDDA zombies were a thing. I didn't like it so much because I found that 10 years later was a little bit overtuned, and it was giving me way too many items. Like I would harvest the grass, and I would get like a full inventory of just random items. So I stopped playing it because it just felt like I was getting too much. So, but I heard that CD or that 10 years later that has been adjusted and is a little bit more balanced, and you can do a little bit more with it now. Was it Brute Z? Absolute nightmare in close quarters. That sounds horrible. I think it was Wrestler Z was the zombie that threw me and I died. But like I said, this was years ago. I don't remember too much about that playthrough. Just know that I was trying to, and that I also found that the bow and arrow was a little bit overtuned as well. So we'll see how that goes. Oh, he'll probably knows about it because CDDA zombies has been out for ages. That's cool though. I definitely am looking forward to watching that. There's a lot of cool runs that I'll always look forward to watching though, and like I mean, aside from the obvious ones that are like Vanishing Tower or Lamprey or the obvious ones. There's a lot of other smaller ones that are folks just learning, and that you can see you see them progressing, and it's lovely, and I enjoy it. Like just getting slowly better and better at the game and surviving like their first month or 2 months. It's so good. Oh yeah, absolutely. You can see them like really enjoying that aspect of it. Most of the time, well, sometimes I try not to talk too much because I don't want to. I don't want them to not like. I want them to make the mistakes and have, because that's part of the experience is to make the mistakes, right? Sometimes I'll pipe up, but it's not. I try not to sometimes. You've still not hit a month yet? Oh, you'll get there easily. It just takes a little practice and then the right settings for you. I'm pretty sure you probably play on fairly hard settings though, because I've seen you around for quite a while. So it's not so much the you can't hit a month. It's just that the settings that you're playing on it. It's very difficult. You'll get there though. I'm glad that you won't give up. I would love the average life expectancy of the players to raise above a year, like on average for the player base. Everybody lasting at least a year. That'd be kind of cool. A lot of people get bored though, and that's part of why folks get killed. Is they either get bored and then they run around and do stuff that's kind of dangerous, or yeah, I think that the average is probably no. I think the average is like a month. Given the amount of people that I've seen, I'd say yeah. Depending on the settings, it's usually about a month. Sprinters, it's less than the average is less than a day because in sprinters, a large portion of sprinter runs just die right away. But it's not their fault. Sprinters is brutal. Where did I get my clothes from? I gradually looted them off of zombies. Except for my boots. But I mean, I've seen military boots on zombies. It's just we hit 100 deaths, so I allowed chat to give me one item. Chat voted for boots, so I got boots. But we most of my clothes were not. Um, yeah. Here, 1 second. I'm just gonna quickly do there. That. I hope I get a good cut. I don't get a really good cut, but I mean it's average. It is what it is. Twitch needs to pay their bills somehow, I suppose. Is okay. I'm not gonna say the ads don't give me something. They do give me something, but then it's more so because I have to have them, less than I want them. But I can appreciate the ads a little bit because somebody reminded me that I used to watch cartoons and I used to watch shows on TV, and back in those times you had commercials, and commercials would pay for your programming for the most part, right? So maybe not. I don't think that Twitch is in the red. I don't think Twitch is in the black though either. I think they're kind of like making par, if I had to guess. They're keeping the lights on at the very least, because they definitely they made some cuts, so they obviously made those cuts for a reason, right? So they have to. They're probably still balancing the books on it, but I guarantee that they'll probably bounce back a little bit. We'll see. But yeah, it's commercials exist. So like I mean, essentially ads are the commercials of streams. And there's ways to get around them, thankfully, nowadays. You can get an ad blocker or pay for turbo or pay for subscriptions or wait for them to be over or just don't watch on those platforms, and those are your options. Yeah, see, you pay for Twitch, but there's also some countries that don't get ads at all. What was it? I think Karumi was telling me the Philippines don't get ads. Yeah, if you watch a ton, Turbo's amazing. It and I watch enough Twitch that Turbo is the reason. I go for Turbo because it's I watch so many, and Twitch is so like their ad like um what's it called, their ad they prevent the blockers or whatever. That team is really good at what they do. Oh, see, yeah, you don't get any ads at all. See, that's probably because of the country you live in, or maybe not. Maybe you choose to have some kind of blocker or any of those kinds of things. Whichever. That's it. I'm moving to the Philippines. You may look into. There might be other countries that also are the same that don't have ads. Also, look into it first because I don't know for sure, and I wouldn't like you to just up and move to the Philippines because of something silly that I like that. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying that out loud because I want people to be okay, and some people are silly. Zero ads. Okay, neat. That's neat to know that there's more than one place in the world that don't do ads. But yeah, my stance on it is that exactly what I just said. They pay for stuff, and didn't Twitch recently closed their Korean servers, right? Because Korea is a little expensive for their service, like for their. But ads help pay for things, so that's good. Extra little bit helps. How do you place the logs that way? Like what do you mean? Like in the center? I have a setting turned on that's in the accessibility, I think. Where is it? Right here. It's called drop items near square center. I turn this on. But then again, you'll often see me when I do stuff. Well, like for example, these are not the way I like them, but I very much like to do circles. Circles are the best. Oh, you mean the connecting the rope? You need two sheet ropes. So you just make two sheet ropes out of clothes, and then you can go grab um, some. Yeah, sheet ropes are super useful. I always end up making too many of them though, and then I have to delete some of them. I have like 50 sheet ropes just randomly around everywhere, and you'll see little tiny circle piles of sheet ropes. Yeah, it reduces the stack's weight. So, for example, here, I'll give an example. These logs by themselves, right? if I were to put them in my inventory here, I'm gonna just put this on the ground really fast. But if I were to put these logs in my inventory, they weigh what? 4 logs weighs 43, right? 43.67. Now, let's equip one of these. 1 log stack, right? Weighs 19.67. So it reduced the stack's encumbrance by a lot. So now I can pick up another one and another one, and now we're carrying 12 logs at still less weight than the 4 logs that I grabbed just a second ago. And that's not even it. You can actually equip them primary and secondary like this. Now, be warned that you can't really fight zombies while you're carrying these, but I just picked up these. They're in here now, right? Now, if I go like this, and we can put one in our backpack, that's what? 4 times 5 log stacks. I've got 20 logs on my person now, instead of just the 4 that I could have carried before, right? And it's about the same weight. So you can carry 20 logs at the same weight as you can carry the 4 logs. So if you didn't know that before, there you go. That is a super useful thing. Now, I don't always do it, as you can see, because I made some 3 stacks here, but that's because when I chopped down the tree, there was only 3, so I made a quick 3 stack, and yeah. If you do lots of building, which I don't know if my wall is one of the larger structures, but it definitely was a large structure. But I encased most of West Point, not all of West Point, but 60% of West Point in a wall. In order to haul that much wood, I needed to be able to haul that much wood. So I grabbed 20 logs, go place them down, run back, grab more. It was a lot of wood, like a lot of wood. But yeah, if you're gonna do building, definitely you want to make sure that you're maximizing the amount of stuff you can get out of it. Mm-hmm. That's true. And same for if you want to, you can do up one of those big vans, like the box, or I think that's what you mean, right? The big box vans. They have a very enormous back, and you can do if you tow a box van with a box van, it's not going to go fast, but it definitely can hold a lot of wood. It's easier to tow those with sports cars, though, because it's all about horsepower with towing. Here we go. Perfect. Or if you do like one of those box vans and the little trailer, those trailers are useful. Hello. Cut a hole in them. Aw. Well, just keep them. Keep them for when you're high level tailoring, and then you can repair them. Put them away, and you can keep them. And when you have high level tailoring, you'll go and fix them. Okay? Don't be so sad. It's okay. Live the dream. Put them in a box, and then one day you will be able to have them back. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty good. We're making progress. We've managed to make it to about a third through the winter now. We're at January 6th. Temperatures have reached an all-time low of negative 171. So it's cold, very cold. But we're making progress. It's slow progress, but I'm enjoying it. And as time goes on, we're getting more and more days under the there we go. So put that out. And we just got to keep slowly hoping for the temperature to increase, which unfortunately is not how things are going right now. So see, right now it's minus 171.3. It's way cold. I didn't know it got this cold. I thought that it only went down to minus 151, and I was like, oh, well, that's fine. It's an extra 20 degrees colder than I thought it was going to be. Wow. 15 degrees, but still. You're hungry, but you don't want to get up? This is when you employ the... I was going to say if you have like a family member or a friend that you can message to get them to bring you food. Alternatively, you could have a pet trained to bring you food. What other options are there? If you're a parent, you can have a kid bring you food. Train a dog to bring you chips. That would be cool. Oh, that's true. You could wrap yourself up all cozy in the blanket and then just briefly make a trip over to the kitchen. But I can understand if you're like really comfy. I understand that for sure. Sometimes I just don't want to get up either. It's like, nah, I'm just gonna stay here in the cozy. I'll just leave it. Yeah, it's a really cold day. Like, what's my forage level? We're Hey, look, we're 6909. Okay, that was interesting. That was almost 369 straight across. Of course, it's got to be a meme number. You know, it can't just be a regular number. Nice. But yeah, we're level 8 foraging, almost 9. Nice. Everybody says nice. Look at, and it's 60. I just realized 69, and it's 169 as the temperature. Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? It drops down just warm enough to be a meme number there too. Weird. What what do you get for leveling foraging? Lots of stuff. Like the foraging is like it's not secretly overpowered, but like it's definitely more powerful than people would expect. But the folks that know about foraging are that we're well aware. It's very strong. It gets you all the items you could ever need. Food, weapons, building supplies. And also neat rare items every once in a while. The cooking pot that we're cooking with, I foraged that. The saw that's in my inventory, I foraged that. Like there's foraging is really very strong. Probably one of the sort of stronger of the survival things. Fishing is going to get its upgrade too, and when it does, then it'll be stronger too. Let's put this in the trash where it belongs. You discarded a table leg? Like, you found a table leg? I don't think I've ever seen a table leg. I've seen something, though, that I don't know if anyone else has seen. How many people here have seen a plastic pipe? Looks like a regular pipe, but until you put it down on the ground, it has a different model, and it actually can't be used as a weapon. It is literally a plastic pipe. Oh, you've seen one too. Nice. It's a interesting find. I figure it could be used in decorative, like to be a decoration, like to have like pipe under the sink or on the top of something to like you could get a few of them. You know what I mean? Like if you could manage to be lucky enough to find a few of them, you put them in like a line, and it would give something a little bit more immersion, I guess. I didn't know they existed until I found one. You decided you want cereal, chip, or pork chops. That's a very very different cereal chips or pork chops. What kind of cereal? Crave. Ooh. Which kind of crave? Is it the chocolate one or the one that's like regular and then chocolate inside? Or is it the double chocolate? Oh, it's the double chocolate one. Okay. Raw food material and perform actions that change the shape. I like that. That's funny. I think the funniest way that somebody described it that I've heard of is that human beings are like giant, complicated um, spaghetti Play-Doh machines. They turn objects into other things. I learned also that human beings have a sense of smell that's better than dogs and other animals, but only for specific things. So, like minerals and other such things. We know that sleep does filter some parts of some things out of the blood, and that it sorts information. But knowing like lots of things about is difficult because we don't really even fully understand the human mind or any of that stuff either. We barely know anything about it. Yeah, that's true. There's a lot of theories behind like dreams and stuff, but it's like nothing's really like there's nothing that's like concrete. There's no facts. Just that your information's being sorted and that's it. Sleep is weird. And then why is it that some people need less and some people need more? Your brain playing ads. Reminds me of that Futurama like episode where they actually get ads in their dreams. As like light speed briefs or something. There we go. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure the wood stays sorted. I need to get this other stuff done as well. Okay, how many we have? We have 10 axes again. I need to at least chop down 4 trees right now. There's money I found on the ground too, which makes me think that could you fill a cash register with money that you find in foraging? And how long would that take? I was carrying a tree pruner. Huh. That sounds weird. Urban legends are strange. these, add those, add these. Yeah, sleepwalking can be very scary. The truth of the matter is that the myth of the whole "don't wake up the sleepwalker" is not, that's not true. It's you can kind of just nudge them back to where they're supposed to be. How close are we? We're like 500 off. You only cut logs into planks with a saw. If you don't have a saw, you can still function in this challenge. It just is going to be a lot harder because things are going to cost a lot more. So what I mean by that is, to start a fire, you're going to need to be using tree branches instead of just the stick, like the sturdy sticks, and but so you'll have to collect tree branches. Um, Instead of, to make a campfire kit, instead of it costing one log, it's going to cost you 3 logs, I think, or 2 logs. Because second, see, because the campfire kit costs 2 logs and rip sheets. Or if, oh, you have a saw, okay, well then make sure you're sawing some of the logs, but keeping some of the logs. So a log by itself gives you 6 hours of firewood. The saw, but each of the planks gives you 2 hours of firewood, right? So what you can do is you can um, keep some logs so that you can put 6 hours on, and then just sort of balance things out as you need. But yeah, sturdy sticks and drill plank. So you're still going to need like a knife, a stone knife, or a screwdriver in order to make a one drill plank. I carry the drill plank around with me because there's no reason for me not to. So, and then it just combines with whatever in terms of. But you see, I have a stockpile of wood basically wherever I am. And then you'll notice this green square that appears around my character sometimes. That's me using the walk to command. So I rebound my walk to T. So, because walk to's original binding is Y. I use the walk to when I'm around a fire like this, because if you step on this, it'll burn your character, and you could get in very much trouble. So just to make sure I never walk on this square, I'm using walk to walk around it. Because campfires are dangerous. Also, if I see a zombie come over here, then I would probably take this water out of my inventory. Just in, I'd kill the zombie first, but I would want to put out the fire right away. Because I don't want to have to deal with my house burning down again. And yeah, when you extinguish the flames, it'll lose a little bit of its time, but it's a percentage. So, it if you put, let's say, if I put all of this wood on the fire, then I wouldn't want to extinguish it right away, because all of this wood would, a fraction of it would probably be more than the amount, like the amount lost would be more than the amount burned for leaving it on. So, like, or But if you're doing it piecemeal, like I'm doing right now, like I'll put one log on and let it burn, and then I put it out and go into the other area. See, so that I kind of keep the losses at a minimum as best I can. Um, the reason why the one furnace that's in the first floor of the cabin is on is because I need the light in there. So I've got it's an expensive light for me, essentially, is what it is. Because an expensive light that runs on wood. So I'm using it to light that room up so that if when I go in there at night, I can see a little bit. And also when I wake up in the morning, I can see a little bit. So that if there's zombies down there, then I can see them and I'll run away. Or fight them, depending on what stage of tiredness I'm at. But yeah, I noticed that it seems like it's a percentage. Now I could be wrong on that. Somebody who would go into it, but it seems like it's a percentage because when I put more fuel on there, I was trying to say logs and fuel at the same time. But when I put more logs on there, it seemed to take more percent, like more of the fire than like a larger portion of the fuel was smoldered away. I could be wrong on that though. It would be good for somebody to check, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Okay. But yeah, foraging is really overpowered. Well, not really overpowered, but it's like kinda. If you keep at it long enough, you find so many resources that it's just wonderful. I love the new forage system as opposed to the old one. Because the new one, you can find so many cool things. I found this backpack. I found the pot that we're using to cook our fish. I found the saw. I wouldn't say it's overpowered, but it kind of is. Because there's some parts of it that are really... Like, it takes a while. You'll find a crowbar on the zombies. I would just remove the glass from the window and then either board it up or I'd leave it, I guess. It all depends, right? I 100% agree with you. Vision obstruction sucks. And, well, my eyes don't hurt from today, but I have in the past had like days where it's like staring at a flashbang literally the entire day. So it's like I'm gonna miss when winter is no longer like, every single day. Um I have I haven't been able to go up there. I went up a little bit, but the issue is that I'm basically forced to take a knee until winter is over. I have no like I can go up there for a second, but I get so cold that my movement speed becomes a problem, and my attack speed becomes a problem. Those are two very important things you need in order to fight the zombies. Um, I have a migration is within the cell that you're in. So let's say that this is my cell, right? Um, if migration will be the zombies that wandering around that inside of that cell. So it's not too bad. It's the metas that I'm worried about. Metas will pull zombies in. Also, if I myself am wandering over a cell border, then my little player square of influence will catch zombies on the side of it, and they could end up wandering in that way. So basically, like me letting them in, right? Um, so there is that as I'm walking back and forth between these two areas. I think that this is a cell and this is a cell. I think these are the two cells. So I think, and we've killed a large portion of the zombies, but in this area, I'm not holding my breath that all the zombies are gone. No, I'm trying to be very diligent, just in case, because you never know when you might get that big old wave like Leon Lehefner had, where suddenly there was like 20 zombies over by my house. They caught fire and burned the place down. So I'm not going to make that mistake again. That's partly why I built this little wall over here, but I don't want to. I started to run out of materials, so I was like, okay, I'm going to wait a little while before I start progressing this little wall further. But so we got a little bit of a wall that's sort of gating that section off, which is nice. But I'd like to get one on the other side as well over here, and then maybe down like that, and then one that goes like a little bit down this way, and then I'm okay with that with even leaving an opening on this side, because so that'd be okay. But yeah, it is really cold, and we're doing the best we can. Which VOD was me having my house burned down? I don't remember. And nobody clipped it because my folks here are very kind and or very forgetful, one of the two, um, and they didn't clip it. So I assume that that's not going to be the case over time. That folks will start clipping things that they think are interesting. The thing is though, if it's like a weird clip, that I'll delete weird clips. But if it's like interesting, like my house burning down, then that'd be kind of cool. But I don't mind that kind of stuff. It's just when it's like a clip of me doing nothing that's kind of I'm like, okay, I didn't do anything in this clip at all. I wasn't even talking. It's just me walking around. I have one clip like that though that I really liked. It was me working on the wall, and I was really focused on building that section of the wall. And it was a cute little clip. So, think you'll ever have a car? Yeah, cars will happen naturally over time. Even if you have them set to the absolute worst condition and terrible cars, you'll build yourself a car eventually. But the cars are like a backpack. They're a luxury that lets you move things faster and lets you move around faster. So often it's people hitting it by accident. Yeah, that's true too. That one clip, if they hit it by accident though, they got a really good one in my opinion. Because that clip was really, really cute. But I do know mobile does that sometimes. Like they'll get an accidental clip in there. Yeah, I'm not gonna shut this fire off for a while, so we'll leave it like that. But yeah, it was a little while ago. It's when if you were to trace it back, it probably would have been how many streams ago was it? It was before this character, and then so Leola Hefner was character 90. So it would have been. It should still be there somewhere. Either way, it's gonna be on the VOD archive too. Yeah, you can pile corpses on the campfire, just not while it's lit. If you try and put corpses on the campfire while it's lit, you'll burn yourself. You light the campfire after, and it'll burn the corpses. That's actually why you can see there's ash right here. It's because that's where the fire was before, and I burned some corpses there. I didn't know that Ravencreek was hostile to vehicle travel. That's kind of interesting lore about the map. That's why kind of I'm looking forward to having a sledgehammer. I figure there's got to be one at that factory, or at least there should be a chance for one to spawn at that factory, right? Because it's that factory's got to be like Muldra, McCoy, loot. I would bet anything on it because it just seems like it would be like a McCoy, you know. I don't expect I'd find like a generator there though. It's unlikely, but maybe if they have like storage units or something, or like a garage. I figure I'll be more lucky to find a generator over by the residential area over here. So like if there's garages here, right? So I would expect some form of generator over there. But I also expect resistance over here, like because the way that Time 16 works is that you will be fighting whatever for a while. But I figure I'll probably find a sledge there, and if I find a sledge, then that opens up all of Ravencreek, right? Or at least a large portion of Ravencreek, till the sledge breaks. Which sledgehammers thankfully last for quite a while. If not disease. That's true. Oh, but I've seen how many zombies are in Ravencreek, and it are kind of like I've walked around Ravencreek a little bit from the deaths that I've had, and there are quite a lot of zombies. It is strawberries in the middle of January. What? I'm not complaining. I'm just surprised. Just random strawberries. And now you just have a nice run. Oh, neat. Well, hopefully you survive. carry forward and get further and be stronger than your previous character. Mm-hmm. It's so bright, my goodness. Bring back the snow, please. With how many zombies there are, I would expect it's like Louisville, where you'll have like no zombies, no zombies, no zombies, pocket of like 100,000 zombies just chilling in a building or something. They couldn't get out for whatever reason. That's what I'm anticipating, anyways, as we progress. Okay, I'm just gonna start fishing now. It's on light mode. It probably would surprise a lot of folks here, or probably not surprise some folks, but that my Discord is in light mode. It's actually not just light mode, it's actually a light mode called Cotton Candy. I like it because it reminds me of like the old school bright MSN Messenger and all that. Back when Skype was popular. I'm not human. Not human. I'm a monster. Rawr. We're gonna get through January and hope for warm weather. Did I shut off the... I don't think I did. Do alarms watch make sounds? No, they like yes, but so they do make sound. It's just very small radius. Like the radius is really really small. So in theory, if you were to grab 12 or 24 watches and set each of them for each hour of the day, and put them in a spot, you kind of could catch zombies in that location. And that would be at infinitum because those watches, the watch batteries in Project Zomboid, never die. Those watches are absolutely like made to last. Um, but yeah, generators and cars are much better. They're way better in terms of function. Like if you're actually trying to pull zombies around, generators make they're not super loud. Even on pinpoint hearing, generators are not like crazy loud. They are loud, but not like cars are very loud and like way louder. And that's without increasing their engine um, volume, and even some cars without even taking the muffler off or having speed demon. I don't know if it's 80. I don't remember exactly the distance, but it was. If you want to know the exact distance, you could probably measure it out in debug. Or I remember it was like the fence in the on the racetrack south of Louisville. You know, the Valley Station racetrack fence. I had a generator placed along the bottom right side of that fence, kind of. It was like over a little ways though, so I think it was like either 10 or 20 tiles in, and the zombies that were bunched up on that generator were having around the fence to the other because the sound radius on the generator was loud enough that it produced sound on the other side of the fence, and some of the zombies would walk around the fence. So especially if they didn't have space to be near the generator. What was cool about it though was as they were doing that, walking around the fence and then going back and walking around the fence, I was able to peel off some of the zombies and then kill them. And then eventually it got to the point where I could just like, as the zombies came in, it was like ants go marching one by one, and I was able to just keep killing them as they come in. Of course, there was a lot of backing up. Killing Crossroads Mall took so much time, but it was really fun. I really did enjoy it. And yes, fish. You are correct. It is fish. It's time for fish. That is why we're here. We're here to fish. It's crazy. That's because we're on time 16. Even the middle of nowhere is got a lot of zombies in the time 16. Especially because some zombies followed me in. Yeah, using generators and cars as lures is great. Something else that's interesting, and it made me laugh a little bit, was integration can be used as a weapon as well to pull in zombies and kill them off. So by giving chat integration in the first my first playthrough, um, it actually ended up helping more than hurting because it really did put pressure to learn the combat and get better. Can I make it say fishies? I mean, I could, but that'd take a lot more planks and a lot more time. And I was happy with fish because that's where that is. That is my fishing spot. Fish. I don't need it to say fishies. It's fine the way it is. I was gonna write my name somewhere though. I still need to figure it out where I want to put that. Ah, it's okay. It doesn't need to say fishies. Sometimes I feel like writing stuff like that. What did I write on the top of the spiffo that one time? Can't remember. How many bits for fishies? I'm not somebody who can be bought that way, but I can appreciate you. But yeah, I'm not like that. Come on, anybody can be bought. No, that's not true. Yes, everybody has their price. You aren't wrong on that, but I'm not gonna change that just because somebody threw money at me. That's not the way that I am. I'd change it if I want to, but I don't feel like it right now. Maybe later. Second chat fireworks of today. Congrats. But yeah, that's true. So that folks have their purchase points on certain things. Yeah, I'm not gonna. Ah, it's fine. And thank you very much for the wellness check. I'll get another sip of my drink in here in a sec. Mm. Plus, I prefer giving things for free, anyways. So, like for example, when I have enough weapons, I like turning on the weapon redeem so that people can pick the weapon that I'm fighting with. Or I like everybody being able to be included, and that it not having to be just all about bits, all about subs and all of that stuff. I want everybody to be included. Not everybody has the means to do that kind of stuff. I appreciate the folks that do have the means and do want to support, though. But yeah, it's more so about if I were to have something like that, though, it would definitely be for like the points or something free that anyone can earn. There we go. Perfect. Let's get some more rest in. Why don't you have a panel to show my health and calories and stuff? That's a mod, and I don't need it. That's a mod called well, there's a few of them that exist, but I don't need that mod. I know what my health's at. I'm basically full health, a little bit less than full health actually, and that's without looking. I know that, and I know my calories too. My calories, we were just overweight, and it's coming down because we haven't eaten fish in a little bit. Can I turn off the mini map with a hotkey? I think you can click the X on it, and to bring it back, you can press hover your cursor over this. I don't have the mini map right now, so I don't know if there's a hotkey for it. There might be, but you can just hit there's a little buttons on the bottom of the mini map to turn it off. You just hit the little X. To turn it back on, you just hover your cursor over this, and it'll open up a second one that has a mini map on it. But yeah, generally, I don't need those kinds of mods because I've got an understanding of generally where my character's at. It's just like, for example, I don't have the durability mod, but I don't need the durability mod. It's not one of the mods that I need. The most important mod for in my mind at the moment would probably be the frog hat mod, just because I like that mod. Craftable headgear. I like my frog hat. So like my mods right now, that it's mostly vanilla, and then a little bit of mods because the map is a mod. Um, the cryogenic winter is a mod. I'm trying to think what other mods I added, but I didn't really add very many at all because I don't like to have too many because I'm trying to go for a regular experience, right? Like vanilla, mostly vanilla though, not all vanilla, because obviously, like stuff like the kill score right now is a mod. And temperatures can't get like this in vanilla. I always forget about this too. I need to get more diligent about doing that instead of this. Yeah, today's been going really, really good though. Just need to keep it up. Eventually, we'll start sieging the trailer park again. That is on my to-do list. It's just unfortunate that it's my to-do list gets pushed back a little bit. Also, I probably should mention this before I forget, but later this week I'm going to be busy, so there's going to be a few days where I'm not going to be able to stream. But those days are going to be like middle of next week, sort of like this upcoming week. No, is it? Yeah, it's this week. We'll get in some good streams before then, though, hopefully. And hopefully we'll finish the winter. I think we've only got like what is it? To the end of February, so and it's already almost halfway through January. So we'll definitely make a lot closer for sure. I'm sure you'll get there too. You'll be able to survive many, many months. It's just the different styles of the game, right? It just takes time. Time and practice. We're about to hit that lovely level 8 or no, level 9 foraging, which is going to be good. Then only one more level and then we'll be level 10 foraging, which is that one bar will be full. Carpentry is also going to level up soon too. Hooray, fireworks. You having a good day, Supertone Man? Hopefully you are. There we are. Afternoon? It's almost afternoon for me. Not quite. Soon though. I am gonna have lunch, and it is going to be glorious. I just cannot wait. And then I'll probably see what Emma's up to. Probably. But I want to. There's one thing that I want to finish. I need to finish one thing. Lunch. Yeah. How's the frozen planet of Hoth? It has been good. I've seen. So I didn't know that the temperature dropped even more than 155. It's been down to 171, which is absurd. That's way more than I expected. Why is it so cold? This is one of those things where it's like insane. But I'm making progress slowly but surely. I feel like we're making progress. I just need to maintain. Right now, I'm just taking a knee. I am waiting it out. Okay. Leave the rest for now, because we don't need to put it all on there. Like this. It's been going really well, though. Hopefully your runs have been going good. Managed to see some multiplayer stuff. Everybody always has those cool car mods. We haven't killed much today, but we've killed. Where were we at in the beginning of the stream? I think we were at like 63:15. So we've killed like less than 100 zombies today, but that's okay. I don't mind that for right now. At least until we can get heat going again. And once we have temperatures stabilized, it'll be okay. And we're already over a third, nearly halfway through winter. It's your first death since the server. Oh, I didn't see your die. That's a bit of a surprise. Usually you're like very much held together and keep everybody good. That's insane. But it happens to everybody. It is one of those things that is inevitable. Mistakes will happen at some point. So that's kind of good though. Not the death. I mean that it's been your first death for a long time. Yeah, a good RP server is always fun. I seen Undead Baron had a really good RP server for a while there. I don't know if he still does. He probably does. I seen role playing on that one, which is really cool, like owning a bar and stuff. I might do an RP at some point for this, maybe. Just thinking about it. I haven't done an RP in Zomboid in for a very long time. I did one RP in Zomboid a long time ago, but it was like single player by myself, which was really fun. Keeping like a notebook and everything. You went to the army surplus store and got surrounded by zombies. Ah. I feel like when there are zombies around, that cars have a harder time to start, like to add tension. But I could be wrong, but that totally is how it feels sometimes. Oh, a tent peg? Yeah, it is. Sure, I'll pick that up. It's not just one; it's 6 tent pegs. Okay. Okay, we'll throw those in the tent bin. This is why I said I didn't need tents before, was because we have like 4 or 5 of them. Where did... No car vanilla run. Oh, okay. Starting with illiterate. Ooh, illiterate spicy. Sleep in a warehouse. Hit every town once. That sounds really fun. Illiterate is spicy. Spicy choice. Cannot sleep in a place with a bed already in it. Okay, so it's kind of like a nomad playthrough with restrictions. I getcha. Oh, hell yeah. This is the kind of like looting that I want. Right there. Double chipstone. Back to back. I think that we've built... We're getting there on the axes. We're starting to get a lot more axes, which is nice. I think I've got 3 more here. And we have 10? Yeah, so we have 13 axes right now, plus the 2 that are in our hand and our back and 1 in a bag. So we're around 16, 17 axes. We're starting to build up. All right, I'm going to go inside because we're quarter health. Welcome back. Gonna have a bit of a rest. That sounds really cool, though. Nomadic playthrough. Or Pyro Summer. I think Pyro Summer is harder than Cryo Winter, but Cryo Winter is a like... At least this version of Cryo Winter is kind of like really... Yeah. It's it slows you down. Something fierce. But I'm not against it. It is really fun. Right now I'm just trying to grind out the last of my foraging. We're so close to level 9. Might as well get it. Less than 100 XP. Start making our way back down. How much health do I have? Ah, plenty. Once you have been in one place foraging, same place twice, can you find additional things? Sort of yes, sort of no. So the thing is think of foraging like fishing with an invisible bar. It's you just travel around the area for a bit, and then later on it'll reset. Like how fishing resets. I don't know exactly how foraging's like the abundance in the area works. There's a couple things that I do know though. The first thing is that if you walk around, you'll find items gradually. Even if you walk back over the same area, you'll still find some items that will either have been missed or will be pulled to you because the foraging system has a pity system built in. If you've been foraging for a while, the game will try to pull an item for you, like over to you. So that's one thing. Another thing is that it's I figure it's got to be like a 24-hour cycle similar to fishing, where things will restock. Like it'll start building back up its abundance. The certain spots as well have a higher chance of finding certain items. So like this spot has a higher chance for chipstone and branches. This spot, like and that's how it just kind of works with these particular locations. That spot right there, a higher chance for stone. So if I walk by it, there's a chance that stone can spawn there. Same for over there. And that's just kind of there's certain spots that are just going to be better for certain things. As well as you can actually just look at this here, it'll tell you. Firewood is common. Berries, stones, mushrooms, animals, insects are rare. And then the rest is all extremely rare. Sneezed. Where did you find the saw? I found it on the ground, actually, right by when this run started, and we finally made it out to this area. Um, I was foraging all over the place, all over here, right? Just trying to find something, anything, and I found a saw literally in front of my campfire. And when I found it, I was surprised. It was great. I was over the moon and didn't want my character to die. And then I couldn't get her out of the death loop. Like I was struggling to get her out of the death loop because she was at 1 HP, because that's what hypothermia does when you don't have the hypothermia kills mod. If you are hypothermic, you won't die. You'll drop down to literally 1 HP, and then anything else will kill you. Afternoon, by the way. But the So I was trapped in the death loop. So what I mean by that is I had a bed, but I didn't have a way to light the fire, and I couldn't light the fire because I was max level exerted. So I couldn't do the rubbing thing. So I couldn't start the fire, so I couldn't heat myself up. So I was trapped in like being at 1 HP with max exertion, max tiredness. And the way that I got out of it was I found ginseng. Ginseng is one of the few things that gives you back your endurance, which is the exertion, which allowed me to start the fire, and then I slept next to the fire. Everything became relaxed after that, kind of. We've had a couple close calls, but nothing that's been very like too bad. Okay, Put that on the ground. Okay, I need to keep foraging because I do want to hit that level. Like, look, we're close. We're like 58. Like, another 16, 42. But yeah, it's been a fun run so far. Right now, we're battling against the elements, trying not to die. But if we can manage to survive long enough, we should be able to. 3 more XP. There it is. That's 3. Uh, Yay. Yeah, it's been really fun. We're about one. We're nearly a half through winter now. We're and then as soon as winter's over, we'll be able to do our fishing will be better. So we'll be able to feed ourselves at the very least. So food won't be a problem anymore. And then it'll just be me waiting for the temperature to increase to the stage where we can go and siege the trailer park proper again. And we'll have more time to do it this time because we won't have to deal with winter. We'll be dealing with temperatures going up, not down. So that's good. At least until next September, where temperatures will start to drop again, which is fine. We'll have a long break from winter, like harsh winter, I mean. We'll still be cold sometimes, though, but less cold. Because these clothes we have on can handle up to like minus. Well, with corpse sickness and thirst, I can go up to like negative 90, negative 100, and these clothes are good. But the extra minus 50 is just brutal, and I don't know why I shut that off because I need that on. Okay, might as well just fish now. There we go. All right. So we managed to get our foraging up. That's good. We're about to crest that carpentry level. Our nimble's nearly level 4. Our axes, we're actually managing to stockpile axes quite well. I think we're gonna be. If I could get up into the 20 or 30 amount of axes, that would be so good because we can then start carrying around axes in mass. So like, I could grab maybe 8 or 9 axes, and we should be able to siege the trailer park heavily with axes because those are our best weapons, and the attack speed is so good because of Axeman and being a lumberjack. And plus, we just got stout. So if we keep this up, we might even lose the out of shape bonus as well. I just need to keep doing squats. If we keep doing squats, eventually we'll have enough fitness. But I can't do squats every day because it hurts. It hurts my character. So It's definitely not something that we can do every day, but we can try and do it every once in a while and get the regularity up. Once the regularity is maxed, we can do it every day because the regularity is what's holding us back at the moment. Because yeah, I could just take that, like do a full day of it and get most of the regularity done, but it'll damage my character too much, and we don't have enough food right now to sustain it. I mean, I could eat rose hips and stuff. I don't know. We'll see. I need to mull it over. Alrighty, so that's where I'm going to stop for today. Because it's a good stopping point. Because right, we just we're about nearly halfway through winter now, so we just have the back half of winter to finish, and then we can start sieging the trailer park and stuff. So that's good. Perfect stopping point, in my opinion. Anyways, it's been my pleasure as always. I am going to host somebody. I'm not sure whom yet. We'll figure it out here in just a moment. It's quite a few folks that we could host. Let's see. I think we can host Mixed Nuts because we haven't hosted Mixed Nuts in a while. He's got a cat in his lap, so that's kind of cool. Okay. Here we are. Alrighty. He's doing a 0 to hero from West Point, so that should be fun to watch. Alrighty, it's been my pleasure as always. give Mixed Nuts my regards. Have a good one, guys. Wishing you guys all the best.